We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of September the 21st, 2021. Clerk, will you please call the roll for this meeting?
Councilmember Nixon.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Curtis.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Sweet.
Here. Our study session tonight is on water and wastewater utility rate drivers, including a Cascade Water Alliance strategic plan update. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at approximately 7:30. And we will start with the water, wastewater utility rate drivers and welcome. I'll let Josh do the introductions. I'll turn this over to the city manager. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So as you mentioned, the purpose of tonight is explain that there's a lot going on both in Kirkland and the region that could have implications for both our water rates and our wastewater rates. Tonight's study session is focused primarily on water. At the October 4th study session, we'll be having a detailed presentation from the King County Wastewater Treatment Division and talk more about the sewer implications, but there's still a little bit of that is touched on tonight. So the goal is to provide some background and get any questions from the council. This background information will inform potential rate discussions in the mid-buy budget process and next year's budget process when we talk about rate setting. So we just wanted to give you some background and get your thoughts going forward. So here to lead us through this is our utilities manager, Josh Pansky, and he'll introduce his other guests as they get ready to speak. So take it away, Mr. Pansky.
Welcome, Josh.
Thank you, Kurt. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Council. Kurt, you say it so eloquently. I appreciate that so much. That's exactly what we'd like to talk with you about tonight. We've identified a series of factors over the last couple of years that really do have the potential to impact Kirkland's local rates. And then at the same time, there are some regional things that are going on at Cascade Water Alliance and King County Wastewater Treatment Division in particular that have the potential to ask our same rate payers to pay more for services. And Cascade will highlight those things. Ed Sebrin is with us tonight, and I believe Ray Hoffman is intending to join us as well. And they'll present after we slide through a few of these factors that we've identified. We'll start off by covering topics like America's Water Infrastructure Act, our water model update with the seismic analysis and some operational improvements. And again, we've invited Cascade staff here to discuss their portion of the regional aspects. And as Kurt indicated, in October, the first meeting in October, we will have King County Wastewater Treatment staff joining us to cover topics like the Clean Water Plan, their capital improvement plan and asset management programs, as well as Ecology's Puget Sound Nutrient General Permit. I need to share my screen, right? Let me do that. What is over here? Can you all see this title slide?
Yep.
Okay. To kick it off, we'll talk about America's Water Infrastructure Act. In 2018, the federal government updated the America's Water Infrastructure Act as part of the Safe Drinking Water Act. And it requires systems of 3,300 people or larger to perform a risk and resilience assessment by December 2020, and also to complete or to write or update an emergency response plan by June of 2021. Shortly after it was made aware that we had these new new requirements of us, Cascade Water Alliance recognized among its members that there may be a need for some assistance, and they offered that assistance in the form of funding a consultant, and that was the consultant was Tetra Tech, and they helped us perform the RRA and the ERP. They also helped us pay for fund part of a project, a program assistant, and that funding was very much appreciated. It helped us move through this project and stay on task and meet these deadlines. In the risk and resilience assessment, we identified our water system's critical assets, and those things include our reservoirs, our Seattle Public Utility source connections, our interstate crossings, which we have 3 of, billing and financial software, and our telemetry system, as well as actual physical facility security. And once we identified those, we identified the threats that could potentially affect each one of those. And some of those threats included earthquakes, tornadoes, which were quickly struck from the list, volcanic eruption, sabotage, both internal and external sabotage threats, contamination, that's UPS, assailants, both internal or external, and external theft for both physical theft and cybersecurity. And that was the other part of it too. We looked at some of the cyber assets included our Munis financial software, and Springbrook, our billing software, and a multitude of other cyber assets that the IT division helped us identify and talk through. Once we identified the threats and those assets, we went through and tried to quantify the consequences if one of those threats were to be actualized against one of those assets. We discussed the vulnerability and then also the likelihood of each one of those instances. From that, Tetra Tech was able to utilize standard calculating equation to help us come up with a list of improvement recommendations, and those range from a total replacement of our south reservoir ranging in the $4 million mark for Kirkland's portion. If you recall, Kirkland shares that reservoir with Redmond and Bellevue. Each one of those would have a share in that. Mid-level, hundreds of thousands of dollar improvement recommendations for cybersecurity or facility security, and then all the way down to small scale pipe improvements around $25,000. In 2019, the council approved staff to extend our water system plan from a 6-year term out to a 10-year term. Initially, we were going to match Cascade's term and renew in 2022, if I recall, 23, just because we were a member and we thought it would be beneficial to be in line with their time frame. After discovering that the city comprehensive plan would be renewed in 2024, we thought it would be best to wait on that plan and take advantage of the 10-year term and utilize the planning and growth assumptions that are realized in that city comp plan update to best inform the water system plan. Part of the plan extension contract with our consultant RH2 includes a water model update and a seismic analysis. The model update includes updating all the infrastructure improvements through capital improvements and development that have happened since our last model update. And then they've actually completed that portion, and they're partway through the seismic analysis, where they're taking that updated model and overlaying it onto known geologic hazard condition maps in order to identify areas where our system could be affected by earthquake or liquefaction, which ultimately will help educate our CIP. It will reprioritize our CIP with those improvements included since the last update and the seismic analysis. It will give us a new list of projects to work from. I have one note here. Yeah, we'll discuss that a little bit further. Another thing that's affecting capital improvement is our construction costs. Excuse me, we're seeing above average construction cost indexes over, I guess, the average cost index increases. Generally speaking, you might say an approximate average of 5% increase, and Puget Sound is a few points over that over the last few years. And with the amount of public infrastructure being built in transportation, public works, private infrastructure in facilities and buildings, there's a regional competition for limited contractors. And in today's market, those contractors are having to pay their labor more so they can retain employees and be competitive. They're also having to pay increased material costs. They're having to weather increased material timelines, which keep them on the job longer and actually causes them to have to bid more on a construction price because they're on one job longer rather than being able to move through a few different projects in a year or whichever time they are bidding on. So, and those factors, the council and the city have a fair amount of play that we can discuss how we want, how things are funded in the future. We'll analyze a lot of that going forward in the 2022 rate analysis that starts up earlier in the year. Another rule that is passed down from the federal level is the revised lead and copper rule. This was written into the Federal Register in 2020, October. And the point of this is to better protect children and communities from the risks of lead exposure in schools and childcare facilities and at home, where lead may be present in internal home plumbing or facility plumbing, or even potential water system connections. For the city of Kirkland, we are in a really good position right now. We are continuously well below the action levels for lead and copper. We sample every 3 years, and we partner with Seattle Public Utilities right now for that. And we are well below. And why that's important is because there are actually some new trigger levels that are being introduced by this rule, and we're still even well below those trigger levels traditionally in our sampling. So we may not have to do as much as some other smaller or less fortunate water systems. Another factor, some of the other factors included in this, there are some new sample requirements where we will be required to take more samples throughout the system, including in those, we're going to have to partner with elementary schools and childcare facilities to get in and take samples. And some of that is being discussed at the federal level right now prior to the finalization of this rule. We'll also, by 2024, have to perform a lead service line survey throughout our water system to try to identify where we might have lead service lines. Then we're going to have to come up with a plan to communicate that with homeowners who may be affected by that and a replacement plan. Like I said before, presently we partner with Seattle Public Utilities. they send us the sample bottles, we get them out, take the samples, and then they analyze the samples for us. As this moves into action, the action level where we're actually having to take new samples, we'll have to be at the table with Cascade Water Alliance and Seattle Public Utilities just to make sure that everybody's in agreement about the process and going forward and who's responsible for what. One point that I don't have a note on that I'm recalling, in 2016, our field staff performed a short actually excavation survey of 100 different water lines throughout the system, and we found only one leaded gooseneck, which is really good news when it comes to performing the survey and potentially having to replace any sort of service line. Recently, we've also identified some operational improvements. One of those being a system-wide flushing program where we're recognizing this would be a benefit is when we have water main breaks or we shut down a portion of the water system for construction or some other purpose. When we do that, the water actually stops flowing in through one piece of pipe or changes direction because it traditionally flows through one series of pipes and then has to find a way around that if we shut it down. When that happens, we change the velocities and we change the directions of the flow in the pipe, and that can cause sediment that has built up in the pipe, in the system over time to lift up and cause brown, dirty water. We generally expect to get a few dirty water calls anytime we have a shutdown or a water main break. Flushing the system would help us alleviate that. Right now, we do not have a traditional system-wide flushing program. This would be a new add to our work plan, but beneficial for the cleanliness of the system and keeping our chlorine residual and disinfectant residuals elevated throughout the entire system. Traditionally, a system-wide flushing program will open hydrants and spill water onto the ground and into the storm system or the wastewater system if either of those are close and be wasting water essentially. Something that we've asked our consultant to look into is what we're calling a zero waste flushing truck, where it actually acts as a pump and a filter. You hook up to a couple different hydrants, send that water through a filter and put it right back in your system without wasting it. The truck also will act in emergency situations. It can act as a bypass pump. It will move water around a break or an issue in your system. It can also act as a chlorine additive pump. And where something like this would come into a great benefit is in the situation we recently had when we issued the boil water order. We were able to pump chlorine into the pipe that was left open. We'd be cleaning that system much more quickly and potentially likely to come out of a boil water situation faster. Right now, we're responsible to read. We manually, physically read all of our meters. We have about just over 13,000 connections in the system right now where we're responsible to read those meters. We have one staff member to complete all those reads. He reads anywhere between 350 to 400 meters a day in order to stay on top of meter reading and be on time so we can get the bills out in customers' hands so they have enough time to pay those and return the funds. We also have a locate staff member who does just that, marks the ground where we have pipes and infrastructure in the ground so that excavation companies don't strike us or don't hit us and cause leaks and breaks. They have an average of 40 locates per day, and that is quite a fair number. In the summertime, it can be anywhere up to 60 locates a day on some, depending on what the conditions are. With staff turnover and PTO and other personnel, issues. At this time, with this level of meter reading and locating, we are having a little bit of an issue staying on top of things. Sometimes we throw extra staff at those one-on-one. Prior to COVID, we were hopeful to send through a service package to add one additional FTE to our reading and locating staff. One thing that could help us in our meter reading tasks and responsibilities is an advanced metering infrastructure, where hardware is updated, the meters are actually updated, and they send signal back to software at a base, likely in City Hall, sending back the actual meter reads. So we're not actually going to physically touch those meters every month. It improves meter reading accuracy, and it allows for increased water accountability and decreased water loss. Something like this would cost generally about $5 to $7 million range is what we're estimating right now for the city of Kirkland. Staff that currently read or perform billing functions would still perform those billing functions, and staff that are out reading would still be responsible to keep meter boxes clean, go perform rereads on meters that for whatever reason didn't send a read back, or potentially a dead battery or something that needs to be fixed. And so we'd be able to keep them employed on the meter reading task. Excuse me, I bumped backwards. Recently, during the pandemic, we've noticed a shift in water use patterns, where obviously not as many people are going to the office, not using their commercial spaces quite nearly as much, or educational spaces, and water use has spiked at home dramatically. We are watching this right now. We'll know a little more as 2021 concludes and 2022 starts. And so we're watching this to see if it becomes a trend. And we're wondering how it may affect how our rate model affects our revenue over the long run. And if it does at all, but it's something that we're keeping an eye on. And again, I've mentioned it, we're planning to begin a rate study in 2022. Just to touch on the accounts and the arrears, there's right now we have reduced revenue because we have about 400 accounts in arrears, and that's totaling around $400,000. And so we're, with the assistance programs that are available, we're hoping to be able to collect more of that. That's going to depend on the motivation of individual parties. But I know that financial staff is working on that, and we're going to be dealing with them to notify everybody actually this coming Saturday of those possibilities. On the wastewater side, about the most major thing that we've identified so far is what we're calling the West of Market Sewer Replacement Project. It was initially identified in our 2010 General Sewer Plan as about a $22 million project, replacing essentially all of the sewer lines in the Market neighborhood. Obviously, that's a big ticket item. That's a big price, and for such reasons, it's been delayed on the 6-year CIP for a number of years. In 2019, it was added to the 6-year CIP in 2 $10 million projects beginning in 2023. In addition to that, we added a $500,000 West of Market study project to begin in 2022, so that we can look into the issues in the Weston Market neighborhood and properly identify the pipes that actually do need to be replaced or not, so that we can obviously best utilize that potential $20-some million for that project. That concludes my slide deck right now, and I'd like to take any questions you have or discuss any the points we discussed. And we can welcome Cascade Water Lines.
Council, questions about our own system? Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Josh, thanks for the presentation. Just had a couple things that I wanted to ask about. This was the first time that we've had information like this presented about the water utility, so it's been pretty helpful to learn more. I noticed in this Tetra Tech study that you referenced that there was this benefit cost evaluation done, and maybe you could confirm kind of what I was led to understand was that benefit cost ratio was really focused on the threat assessment of those systems or those improvements, I guess. And my understanding perhaps is that we haven't done that type of benefit cost ratio for our improvements that we're looking to make to the water utility, or I'm not understanding that correctly. Maybe you could help.
I'll stop looking for it. The benefit cost analysis, the benefit cost ratio for the risk and resilience assessment was done just on the asset threat pairs that we identified in that analysis. It was not done to the entire list, the entire CIP list that is included in our water system plan. Does that make sense? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. So the benefit cost was about the threat. It wasn't about necessarily aging of the facilities or other kind of things that we consider when planning for capital improvements.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
It was correct. It was not about the age of the infrastructure at all. It was really about protecting our assets from those potential realized threats. You're correct.
Yeah, because I guess I noticed one of the things that stuck out to me was there's some projects listed there for I-5 crossings. I mean, not I-5. I mean I-405.
Yeah.
Water crossings, and some of those projects, obviously are expensive, but they were rated kind of low, is what I noticed. And we had this, and the reason why I even asked was because we had this discussion like a year ago about whether to fund improvements for the water line near 85th Street.
Right.
Yep.
So that was just kind of an interesting little bit of information I think is really worthwhile for us to have as we, prioritize our resources. So that was some good information there that hopefully we can continue to kind of consider as we update our capital plans. Yeah. And then in terms of cost drivers for kind of increased costs and rates and things like that, be helpful at some point in the future to get just a better understanding of some of our operational options. Is there situations where we can use contractors where we don't need a full FTE? Whether that's meter reading or locating or system maintenance, that kind of thing. Or is there opportunities to link up with North Shore Utility District, which essentially serves half our city, to where there's efficiencies gained? I don't know. I know those are complex, but those would be things that, as a policymaker, I'd be interested in learning more about.
Of course. I wouldn't mind speaking to a couple of those points.
Okay.
If I can. Regarding the water line crossings, how you might think of those, the importance of, so the cost benefit analysis is a little bit lower in that prioritized list, right? Compared to some of the other projects. There are a couple of cyber projects, or one at least that's over one. There's a physical improvement project that's over one as well. And so that I think that 85th crossing specifically is at a 0.005. And so how you might compare that still to the rest of the system is that it's been identified as a critical asset versus something at 7th at the intersection of 7th Street and 3rd Avenue. Is an old 8-inch or 6-inch AC water line. That's not going to, if that breaks, well, it should not affect the water system to the level that that water line crossing breaking would, if that makes sense. And so because of that, it's already has more importance than some of the other aging and failing type infrastructure projects that are listed in the water system plan.
Right.
Regarding some of your other operational suggestions, those are fantastic. We always like to have good ideas, new ideas. We did look into the cost of hiring or partnering with a utility locating company, just to make that comparison, and it was astronomically higher than what it costs for an FTE. I was really blown away. It was interesting. I don't have the numbers in front of me, guys. Basically, because I dumped it, I was like, "Oh, that's ridiculous." As far as partnering with North Shore, nothing says we can't. We do have bargaining agreements that we would have to keep in mind and things like that. Things that we've already promised employees for workload and things, but always things that you can look into, right? So
yeah. No, I know. I recognize there's complexities. I think just finally, I think that's a good segue that half of our city is covered by North Shore, roughly. I think I don't know the numbers. When you look at total population, and that's the same thing for Cascade. Cascade only covers half of our city as well. And I know before the pandemic, I think we had on our meeting schedule a joint meeting with the commissioners from North Shore, and that got canceled obviously in early 2020. But, that might be something to be thinking about, as we're kind of undertaking this whole evaluation of rates and cost increases. And they're a big part of our city, and we need to make sure we understand their needs and how they interrelate with our customers.
Yeah, as water purveyors, they're subject to all the new federal requirements that we are as well. So they're looking at those things. They still have a water system plan and a general sewer plan, and they're trying to foresee these things just as we are. So having those conversations are always valuable.
Thank you.
Just to add on to Councilmember Pascal's questions, what I would love to see is I would love to see two maps. One map would be of our wastewater system or sewer system, and one map would be of our water system, identifying where the water's coming from. So we've got some Woodinville water, we've got Cascade, and I think we even have a little bit of Redmond, right? But I'd like to know what pipes we own for both wastewater and clean water. So, and I know it's out there, I looked, but I can't manage the GIS as well. Councilmember Curtis.
Mine's a simple question. Thank you, Josh. I'm interested in the advanced metering infrastructure because it will save money and, more importantly, water. And does it provide the ability to warn a consumer? For example, my neighbor told me today that she left her hose running in the driveway for a day and discovered it. Would it be able to send out a ping to a customer and say something's going wrong, you might want to check your hose bibs?
Potentially.
Okay.
Potentially. It depends on which vendor you go with and which customer and what their customer platform includes, what their portal includes. Some vendors don't have any customer platform, and they just provide the metering infrastructure itself, and they would be reliant upon the city to go find that platform or software to serve whatever needs there are. There are a number of them out there. I've seen a few of them, and they're pretty cool. Customers can set alarms for water use specifically. depending on what parameters you set, you can have them read them every minute, you can have them read every hour, and so it's almost real-time data that a customer can access.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Josh. In talking about the system-wide flushing program, it seems to me that the zero waste flushing truck is not something that not only Kirkland needs, but all of our neighbors would, given the challenges with dumping all that water into the storm system or the sewer system. Is this something that there is any grant programs to fund? Because it seems like everybody should be doing this. And secondly, if we were to look at that, is this a piece of equipment that we would fully utilize given the North Shore Kirkland split, or is this an opportunity to partner with a neighboring city or with North Shore?
That's an awesome thought. I love it. All things to look into. Totally. I could see potentially going after an emergency management grant, maybe. We could look into that. And again, potentially partnering. Yeah, I know that. Well, I don't know. I can't think of any offhand, but I can sure imagine that there are some water system partnerships for equipment out there. So yeah, we can definitely look into those things.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Josh.
Any other questions, comments? All right, we're going, looks like we're doing pretty well on time. I'm going to escape here and stop sharing. And then introduce Ed Sebrin and Ray Hoffman from Cascade Water Alliance. And I will let them introduce their topic and get into their slides.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Sweet, members of the Kirkland City Council. My name is Ray Hoffman, and I am Chief Executive Officer of Cascade Water Alliance. And I'm also joined by Ed Sebrin. Ed is the Chief Economist for Cascade Water. And we're here to provide an overview to all of you on the future of Cascade's water supply. This will be a joint presentation. I'll deal with the first handful of slides, which are sort of the high-level overview. And then Ed will be responsible for walking you through more of the details associated with our water supply future. So to start, Cascade Water Alliance is one of the big four water suppliers in central Puget Sound, along with Everett, Seattle, and Tacoma. We serve nearly 400,000 people and 20,000 businesses over our 7 member agencies, and that's 5 cities and 2 water and sewer districts. Cascade has been around now for over 20 years, and it was established back in the late 90s on a set of principles that we still adhere to today. First and foremost was the opportunity to have a voice and a vote. And what we mean by that is determining Cascade's members' own water supply future rather than always being a customer of somebody else who's selling us water. All members have equal rights to Cascade supplies and all share in any shortages. If members keep independent supplies, they must produce before relying on Cascade. We have 4 members that have independent supplies, and that includes Skyway, Redmond, Issaquah, and Sammamish Plateau. So they all have wells, and they're considered part of the supply portfolio. Cascade has a dual majority voting structure that reflects both the number of members, 7 members, and size. And when we talk about size, what we mean is how much water each of our members use on an annual basis. Finally, we've been set up to have a stable and predictable financial structure that anticipates major capital needs and tries to smooth or reduce rate impacts. So a bit about our water supply. To the left of these bullets, you'll actually see a picture of Lake Tapps Reservoir. Cascade has a water right for municipal use of water which currently requires us to start construction by 2040. And this is known as a water right development schedule, and it's something that comes in a water right that you get from the Department of Ecology. Also, our purchases are currently from Seattle, and the contract calls for that quantity to start slowly declining in 2039. And it steps down over about a 24-year period. And at the end of that period of time, Cascade will be down to a total of 5 million gallons. We currently have access to 33 million gallons, and we have that access to 33 million gallons through the end of 2039. And as a footnote, Cascade members collectively use around 28 MGD, million gallons a day, right now. So we're well below our 33 MGD ceiling. Given this contract and given with Seattle and given this development schedule by Ecology, our current scenario requires Lake Taps to be operational by 2042, meaning that we would need water from Lake Taps by 2042, given those current constraints. However, our business model is to use available regional wholesale supply to bridge demand until Lake Taps is operational. And this is important, and Ed will walk you through this in greater detail. But the Central Puget Sound region is sitting in a good situation in terms of water supply, with all three of the other major regional suppliers indicating that they have more than adequate supply past the year 2060. The other thing to note is over the last 20 years since Cascade's formation, demand forecast has flattened significantly. This is true not only for Cascade and its members, but it's true throughout the Central Puget Sound region. Ed will give you more details on that. And finally, a bit about our strategy, which is Lake Taps is a significant investment. In current dollars, it's around $850 million to develop both the transmission system, the pipes that would convey the water to Cascade's service area, as well as the treatment plant that would be necessary to treat the water before it was delivered to Cascade members. So if Lake Taps development can be deferred, that means we have the opportunity to continue to purchase high quality, cost-effective water from one or more of the other regional suppliers. For that to happen, we would need a contract extension with Seattle, or perhaps a new contract with Tacoma. And we would need Ecology to provide us with an extension to our development schedule. Earlier this year, the Cascade Board, and Mayor Sweet sits on the board and Councilmember Pascal is an alternate. The board authorized us to work to request Ecology to get an extension to that development schedule. We're going to switch now to some details, and Ed is going to start with an overview of regional supply and demand.
Okay, thank you, Ray, and thank you for having us. As Ray mentioned, the water demand situation in the Puget Sound, Central Puget Sound area has changed dramatically. There's pretty much two takeaways on this graph. The first is when you look at actual demand, since 2000, it has continued to decline. Since 1990, it has declined on the order of 20% or more, despite regional growth of over 30% in population. And those are all absolutes. So demands go down while customer base goes up, and the per capita usage has dropped that much more. As a consequence, all of the forecasts from regional providers have flattened out. And while they still ultimately show some level of increase, that this can't go on forever, they do show a substantial regional surplus that even 10 or 15 years ago, those suppliers did not anticipate. By 2060, there remains roughly 150 million gallons of projected surplus when you look at the big three sources of supply versus their projected demand. And Cascade within that might be on the order of 40 million gallons if it were to continue to draw from those sources. So the opportunity regionally to continue to be supplied from contracts is very great in terms of the availability of water. What it requires to happen is a successful contract negotiation on terms that are favorable in comparison to developing our own source. And we are pursuing that, as we'll get into in a minute. After reviewing this information and an array of options for future supply scenarios with the board, at the end of June, they held a workshop that focused on these various supply scenarios and related costs and strategies for accomplishing that major lift of a very large water supply project. And ultimately, we got direction from the board, and that was to pursue a contract extension with Seattle and/or a new contract with Tacoma as a means of helping defer lake taps, and to return in October with resolutions to create and implement what we've called the Water Supply Development Fund. And that fund is intended to help fulfill that mission component regarding stable and predictable financial outcomes. And it is essentially a savings account to accumulate a down payment towards the development of this water supply. Do it via small steps in a stable and predictable manner, and help smooth out the impact of what would otherwise occur as that project comes online. We're going to talk about that a little further in terms of its costs and its benefits. So from that board workshop, the board directed us to continue to consider the base scenario because it is the one viable scenario we have right now in terms of our water rights development schedule and contracts in hand, but continue to evaluate options to extend the Seattle contract or potentially substitute a Tacoma contract for water supply. And we have a couple of variations of those that relate to what infrastructure we install in order to deliver the water. Through their review, the board also agreed or directed that we remove the option of Everett supply from consideration. The primary reason being that it would require infrastructure that doesn't fulfill our long-term need to deliver Lake Tapps water, so it's additive to our existing capital projections. And it would also require a Seattle wheeling agreement to deliver water southward once we got it to the Seattle system. We also had explored an option to perhaps return to the traditional purveyor contract format with Seattle, either as a group or individually, and as a consequence, attempt to sell or transfer Lake Tapps. That one was also removed from the table in part because we've managed to insinuate a lot of obligations in our successful pursuit of water rights and the property and infrastructure at Lake Tapps that will be difficult and expensive to extricate from. So through all the scenarios, we considered how this water supply development fund might help serve the purpose of stable and predictable rates and mitigating the impacts of a major project. And so the four viable scenarios that we're continuing to look at are summarized here in that regard. In the base case, by the early 2030s, we'd have to begin construction. With inflation, we project that cost would be about $1.5 billion. Through the strategy we've outlined for building this water supply development fund, we could realize in excess of $400 million of cash funding towards that project through what we accumulate and capacity we build into rates by the time we're building, which would leave bond funding in excess of $1.1 billion. That has the effect of lowering the impact on our members of what we're charging by a cumulative 20% or so from the scenario where we don't financially plan for that project in advance. Looking at a contract extension, and I might add that we looked at different contract lengths in anticipation of what we might be pursuing, both with Seattle and Tacoma. And in this case of Seattle, with the amount of capacity in our contracts now, 15 years was about the right contract extension, assuming our demand forecasts are accurate. Beyond that, we'd need more supply. And so we modeled this scenario at 15 years. That actually allows us to defer bringing lake taps online till about 2055. Because of that delay, the project cost escalates in inflated dollars to over $2.3 billion. But because of that delay and using that time to accumulate resources, we could conceivably fund half of that through cash and leave bond funding of, again, about $1.1 billion. The Tacoma contract option, in discussions with Tacoma, it looks like we could be looking at 20 or 25 years. And so 20 years is what we've been evaluating. And there are two scenarios, as you see here, and they relate primarily to how we deliver the water to you, our members. In the first case, we assume that the Tacoma water would be delivered all the way northward into Bellevue to put it to use. And then the Seattle contract would be used to serve Kirkland and Redmond at the northern end of the system, and likely Tukwila and Skyway at the southern end of our system. That requires about 2/3 of the ultimate transmission main we need to deliver Lake Tapps water. That construction for that transmission would occur in the late 30s. It would have a cost of about $600 million, and about 1/3 of that could be funded from the Water Supply Development Fund. Then, when that Tacoma contract is set to expire, we would need to bring Lake Tapps online around 2060. The cost of that phase of completing the transmission system and building the treatment infrastructure would be about $2 billion, and the water supply fund could fund about 40 to 45% of that. The other scenario with Tacoma would be to only build about 1/3 of our ultimate transmission system, connecting the Tacoma supply pipeline with the Lake Youngs area of Seattle system, and then contracting with Seattle to wheel the water, to deliver the water from Lake Youngs to our members. So it would require contracts with both agencies for this to be a viable option, but it helps defer more of the transmission costs later. In that case, we would spend about $400 million in the 30s to build that one segment of pipeline, and over half of it would be cash funded. In the late 2050s, we would need to build the remainder of the system. And unfortunately, I've got somebody blocking my screen. There we go. The project cost then would be about $2.5 billion to complete that, and about $1 billion of that could be funded from the WSDF. So in all of these scenarios, the supply fund has a material impact on mitigating the rate impacts of bringing Lake Tapps online. So that's the plus side. It lowers those projected costs, but it does come with a cost, and that is we would begin collecting funds and accumulating those now during the 20s and early 30s as we move into construction. If we were not to fund the development fund, we estimate something at or above $10 a month additional retail impact for each of your typical residential customers when the project comes on. We'd be saving roughly that $10 in monthly costs through using the WSDF in advance. On the funding side, this graph shows the annual funding, and it's incremental. Each year we step it up some, so that over the 9-year period for the remainder of the 2020s, Kirkland's share would be about $1.8 million. The highest amount in a year, which would be in 2029, is about $500,000. So it's a very gradual climb in the amounts that you're paying for water to fund this. Through this mechanism, by the end of 2029, we'd have accumulated roughly $30 million and have built capacity in the rates to begin accumulating well in excess of $10 million a year to 15 or even 20 million a year going forward as our debt service drops off. And that's where we get to that $400 million cumulative amount by the time we're into building the project. As a consequence of this approach, we estimate Cascade's rates would be 15 to 25% lower upon completion, and that lower rate would last for roughly the 30 years that would otherwise have been a debt service schedule for the difference. That's a pretty massive impact, and it really highlights the value of planning ahead. For those of us approaching retirement age, this is akin to starting when you're 30 to accumulate a retirement account, as opposed to waiting till you're 60 to begin accumulating a retirement account. So time can be our ally right now if we use it wisely, or if we just choose to wait. And for example, if we get an extension, wait before we start funding, then we have an accumulating liability that we're not addressing. The really fortunate feature right now is we've entered a period in Cascade's financial development that we have very stable rates. We've also realized some significant cost savings through a couple of successful bond refundings and through adjustments to the Seattle rates that enable us to look at an extended period now where our annual increases are below inflation. And this is fully inclusive of all of that accumulation of capacity for the Supply Development Fund. So it already includes those impacts. We're projecting 3% inflation in our forecasts, and Cascade's increases for this 5-year period are estimated at 2.2%. That's actually locked in for the 2-year biennium we're in right now, and there's no reason to think that it's not going to remain for those other years. After that, the increases for the remainder of the decade are closer to inflation annually, but the cumulative impact over this decade is that on an inflation-adjusted basis, our rates are actually going down. They're obviously going up at a rate lower than inflation, as you can see here, but if you adjust for inflation, they'd be declining. There's a line here that shows Kirkland's annual increases, and you can see they fluctuate year to year compared to the Cascade general increase. This is based on your water demand history and all of the other members' water demand history that goes into calculating each year's rates. And to the degree there's volatility in those purchases, it shifts shares among members, but in the long run, it all tends to revert back to that average. And you can sort of see that working here. So continuing a little further with this concept of inflation-adjusted costs, in 2020, some serendipity, but the average charge of Cascade to its members divided by our members' customer base in the residential equivalents was almost exactly $20. It was $20.03. So, pardon me a second, my computer tells me it wants to shut down. There we go. So on an inflation adjusted basis, if we think of inflation built into that, a horizontal line here says inflation adjusted, it stays at $20. Otherwise, that would be equivalent to a 3% a year increase. But this lets us compare scenarios a little better as we go forward. The gray scenario, the one with the highest early spike, is the current base scenario where we bring lake taps on by 2042. You can see that for this decade and into the 30s, we're below inflation, but then there's a significant increase in real costs to you and your customers, where that $20 ultimately crests at about $28. If we did not have the Supply Development Fund, this number is up closer to $32 or $33. So it has a material impact on holding that down. If we were to get an extension from Seattle, this is where that compounding and snowballing effect really comes into play to the benefit of our members and customers. We see an extended period where we stay below that inflation curve all the way out into the late 2040s. And then the increase in rates to fully fund that phase of lake taps only elevates to about $25 in real terms compared to $20 today. Finally, if we chose instead to take advantage of the 15 years and simply delay doing anything for 15 years, we see a much more adverse profile. The peak is on an inflation-adjusted basis only slightly higher than in the base scenario, but the lift to get there is a series of very, very large increases. These average in excess of 15% a year for an extended period of time, for a 6 to 8 year period. So we don't want to squander that time. If we capture it, we want to use it to our advantage to keep a path that holds us closer to that inflation line or below it. And that's the purpose behind the Water Supply Development Fund. Another feature that we pursued in this and are constructing in this when we take it to the board for potential adoption is that we wanted to be sure that this fund was transparent and accountable. And to that end, our Cascade board will remain active throughout its management in terms of approving any rate increases that support it, approving any transfers to go into the fund, determining and authorizing when and how we're using the funds. We've introduced into our fiscal policies a requirement that for a major project, a capital funding plan has to be developed and approved by the board before we move forward. And that would lay out the use of the fund, the use of debt, a strategy for when we'd be issuing debt, and a rate strategy in terms of how this project would be accomplished. And finally, it also provides for the safeguard that what if we don't need the money, how we could distribute it through a reduction of cascade charges or even a direct distribution to members. So we've tried to anticipate both how to best use it and how to best determine at some point in time we don't need it and still make beneficial use of it. So that's a abbreviated review of the material that our board has reviewed. We'd be glad to answer questions, extend this discussion in any direction you might be interested. Thank you.
Council, questions for Ed or Ray? Ooh. General agreement with the direction that we're going in? Deputy Mayor Arnold, did you want to say something?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Ray and Ed, for the presentation. It's great to see the long-term thinking and Cascade putting us in good stead going into the future. Since we didn't have any questions on this topic, since we had you in the room, I wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to ask you about work that Cascade might be doing around affordable housing. It's something that we're spending a lot of time thinking about. And if you all could follow up with us offline on any work you're doing around connection fees or other programs to help support work that members are doing on missing middle housing, shelters, or other things. Thank you.
Ed, do you want to talk or choose?
I would love to. Mayor Sweet was in a committee meeting this afternoon where we outlined a strategy to address exactly that topic.
Fantastic.
As a utility and an enterprise, we are bound by some rules that we refer to as cost of service, that what we charge needs to remain consistent with underlying costs. But that said, we've looked at ways that we might be able to offer a reduced capital facilities charge for qualified projects for affordable housing or homeless facilities. And it's basically premised on the way our structure works, where we charge by meter size, and how that tends to create a very discontinuous schedule of charges that we can improve accuracy for those qualified projects. We'll be coming back in future months with exactly what that might look like. Some of the earlier analysis showed it could be something like a 15 to 20% reduction from our standard charges and still comply with cost of service. Overlaid on that, we are also aware of the state's grant program, pending grant program to support waiver of connection charges for qualified projects. And we're making sure that first step is if we can reduce the amount, the second step, which would then be on your end, would be to pursue those state monies to help support the initiative as well. We also went into some detail with them in terms of qualified housing. Our goal is not to reinvent the wheel and not to stray into areas of social services that we're not necessarily good at as utility people. We're planning to partner with Arch and an equivalent organization in South King County for our members there to help us create the standards and criteria, but also help us apply them. That we would use them as a sounding board. If Arch tells us a project qualifies, then it would get into that reduced charge.
Great.
Thank you.
And that is exactly what we've been working on for a while, so I'm excited about that. With that, thank you, Ray, and thank you, Ed. City Manager, we are at 6:36. Should I request, would that be enough time for us to kick off our executive session?
Yeah, so just for the public and the council, there's a closed session scheduled for the end of the council meeting, but the closed session is a presentation followed by a discussion. So we only need about 20 minutes for the presentation. So our recommendation would be to modify the agenda to have the closed session presentation now and then have the closed session discussion at the end of the council meeting if the council is open to that.
Could I get a motion? Councilmember Nixon.
Madam Mayor, I move that we enter executive session for
So the question would be
purpose of,
to change the
purpose
agenda
of-
to allow for a closed session.
okay. So we need to state the purpose under 4230-110 for the executive session.
Which is to discuss.
It's a closed
collective
session
bargaining.
for collective bargaining.
Okay.
Can I get a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Deputy Mayor Arnold, to begin our closed session with a presentation now. So we'll be asking the public, and I don't see any attendees of the public joining us. So we'll just be asking to stop recording and move on to the presentation. Thank you.
You're live, Mayor.
Thank you. We are back in session following a study session on water and wastewater utility rate drivers, including a Cascade Water Alliance strategic plan update. We are at the portion of our agenda that deals with proclamations. Our proclamation this evening is the National Pollution Prevention Week proclamation, which Councilmember Curtis will read tonight. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So yes, we'll be proclaiming September 20th through 26th as National Pollution Prevention Week in Kirkland. This is in honor of the United States Environmental Protection Agency founding National Pollution Prevention Week because Congress passed the Pollution Prevention Act in 1990. So we have 31 years of action here. And then the city has many policies and programs to improve and protect our natural environment, particularly in our planning department, our parks department, and our public works department. And there are many links to these programs in the memo and on our webpage. So if members of the public want to see more about how we protect the environment, please do so. And then to receive the proclamation on behalf of all of the staff who work to eliminate pollution across all departments is our Public Works Director, Julie Underwood.
Designating September 20 through 26, 2021 as National Pollution Prevention Week in Kirkland, Washington. Whereas the United States Environmental Protection Agency acknowledges National Pollution Prevention Week in honor of the United States Congress passing the Pollution Prevention Act in 1990. And whereas the Pollution Prevention Act promotes source reduction, which is defined to reduce the amount of hazardous substances, pollutants, or contaminants entering any waste stream or otherwise released into the environment. And whereas the City Council's environment goal is to protect the natural environment through integrated natural resource management. And whereas City of Kirkland is a leader in implementing programs that reduce and prevent pollution generated by businesses, residents, and municipal operations to protect our environment. And whereas these services are provided by a diverse workforce with a variety of backgrounds and experience levels that share a common goal of protecting public health and the environment by controlling, reducing, or eliminating sources of pollution before they enter our environment, including our wetlands, streams, and lakes, and prevents the need for costly controls and cleanup responses. And now, therefore, I, Mayor Penny Sweet, on behalf of the Kirkland City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of September 20 through 26, 2021 as National Pollution Prevention Week in the city of Kirkland, Washington, and call upon all citizens to protect natural resources by reducing and eliminating pollution at its source.
Thank you, Council. I'm Julie Underwood, Public Works Director. I just wanted to thank you on behalf of the entire Kirkland team who are really dedicated to preventing pollution and protecting our environment. Of course, I want to encourage all our residents to take part in doing what they can to protect the environment and prevent pollution. And one creative way that our team of very talented staff has created a really cool way to make our residents aware of where pollution goes. And hopefully IT is ready to show this really quick video. I think it's less than a minute. We'd love to be able to show this to you tonight. And if it's not.
Nope, we're about to do it.
Okay. And our residents can check this artwork out for themselves. It is located at the intersection of 3rd Street and Park Lane. So I think we're forecasting rain in the next couple of days. So I encourage everyone to go check it out. And thank you, Council, again for proclaiming National Pollution Prevention Week. We really appreciate the attention and the recognition.
Thank you, Julie. And what a fabulous production. I can hardly wait to see it. So this takes us to communications and to the items from the audience item. This is a time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled this evening. Because of the current social distancing requirements related to COVID-19 that are still in effect at the City of Kirkland, members of the public cannot participate in person at tonight's meeting. However, the public may still comment by Zoom or telephone. For those members of the public who are joining us by phone or on Zoom, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of any issue. If you are participating by Zoom, please click in the participants box to raise your hand to be recognized. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. In addition, if you are participating by Zoom but do not wish to speak, you are encouraged to watch the council meeting by live stream through the city's website. Thank you. City Manager, have we got some raised hands?
Okay, yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Do.
We have 2 people, 3 now. The first to speak will be Kirsten Hansen, followed by Luis Navarro, and then Sarah Franklin.
Okay, and I can read those as well. So if we get more, I will be able to pick them up. So Kirsten.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can. Welcome.
Great, thank you. Hello, council members and staff. My name is Kirsten Hansen, and I am on the steering committee of Indivisible Kirkland. I am here tonight to ask you to press pause on voting on item 9C, police training requirements and appropriation due to state legislation. My comments tonight are based on Kirkland-specific talking points from Anoka Herrett, Police Practices and Immigration Council with the American Civil Liberties Union of Washington. She and other partners who worked on the state legislation had hoped to speak tonight, but given the short time frame, were not available. Anoka did say she's happy to speak with any of you about the laws if you would like. According to the ACLU, hiring a new training officer is not necessary. House Bills 1054 and 1310 are based on best policies and practices, most of which have already been adopted and implemented by KPD, as the chief noted in her memo. In fact, some of KPD's existing policies are more stringent than what is required by the new laws. For example, restrictions on vehicle pursuits. Furthermore, there is no additional training required by the laws themselves. Officers have been trained in de-escalation for over a decade. This is not new. Neither are the legal standards, such as reasonable suspicion and probable cause. These are standards and tactics that law enforcement have been trained on. These new laws hold officers accountable to the training they have already received. If training is needed, it is for the new crisis response team. These new laws and funding provide an opportunity to do things differently and better than we have done in the past. We should invest in our community rather than more commissioned officers. It is significant that Kirkland is exploring better models for crisis response. Money to implement these new laws should go there. We should be investing in community-based solutions for reducing poverty, homelessness, and mental health crises. So tonight, please hold off on voting to approve an additional armed police officer to KPD. At the very least, the city and the community need more time to discuss options. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kirsten. That brings up Sarah Franklin.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Sarah Franklin, and I'm a resident of Kirkland as well as a member of Indivisible Kirkland. And I'm also here to ask that you delay your vote on 9C, police training requirements due to state legislation. We've all spent a lot of time together discussing policing and crisis intervention, and I know that we all share very similar values on having police that are well trained in de-escalation strategies and having community responders who can respond to mental and behavioral health crises rather than armed police. So we can all agree that training of all of those professionals is critically important. But I think there's a discussion to be had about what that training looks like, especially as it relates to the recent state legislation. I think there's also a discussion to be had about how training might evolve as the city response to the vast majority of its 911 calls is evolving. So as the city takes a more holistic approach to its response, it seems like the training also needs to become more holistic. But above all, I think it's safe to say that after the commitments and promises of Resolution 5434, and after the very specific discussions of last summer around the KPD's budget increase being antithetical to 5434, that adding a new permanent full-time armed police officer warrants at least more discussion with the community. The residents of Kirkland only learned of this plan when the packet was released at the end of last week, and that's just not nearly enough time for the thoughtful, community-centered approach to decision-making that Kirkland strives for. Please delay your vote on adding an additional police officer to KPD so that there can be further discussion about training needs and options, both with the community and with expert partner organizations like the CJCT and the ACLU. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Sarah. And that brings up Luis Navarro.
Good evening. Can you hear me and see me?
Just about. Welcome, Mr. Navarro. We missed you at the last meeting.
Yes, and thank you so much for to the staff for being so patient. I had internet issues, and that's the reason I'm speaking tonight to thank the City Council and thank you, Mayor Sweet, for making the proclamation for the Hispanic Heritage Month. As we've been talking with your office and the staff, Latinos or Hispanics, the Latinx community in Kirkland continues to grow. The 2020 census shows not only growth in the state of Washington, but nationally. And I'll just give you a couple of numbers that are of interest, should be of interest to us in Washington, but also to the businesses and governments. Latinos now represent almost 20% of the US population. In the state of Washington, 1 in 7 citizens or residents are of Latino descent. Latinos in the US account for almost $2 trillion in purchasing power. And that is more money in 1 year than the GDP of Mexico, Spain, and Australia. So if Hispanics were a country, we would be a very wealthy country. Latino workforce has increased by 36% over 10 years. And this is an important fact for the Seattle Seahawks. I have mentioned it to them. The Latinos are the fastest growing NFL fan base at 53 million. So it is with honor, and I want to thank you for issuing the proclamation of Hispanic Heritage Month. This year also is the bicentennial of the Central American countries. I am from Costa Rica, and I'm celebrating my second bicentennial being a Costa Rican. And that is on the Latino and Hispanic Heritage Month. I also want to thank on a second note, before my time runs out, I want to thank the Office of the City Manager and Mr. Lopez for resolution R5491. That's item 9B tonight. And that item is establishing an equity and contracting policy. And that will go a long way to tell small businesses, in particular, women and minority-owned businesses in the region, that the city of Kirkland cares about them, and there is an opportunity for those small minority and women-owned businesses. And that is another way the city of Kirkland, the city of Kirkland is saying equity matters, where the money going to the small business will be a significant contribution to the local economy. So thank you again. Muchas gracias, and viva Latin America.
Thank you, Luis. It's good to see you. Thank you for taking the time to come and talk to us. Okay, I see no other attendees interested in raising their hand. I'll call one final time. The two attendees still with us. Would either of you like to participate in public comment? Seeing none, I will declare this item from the audience period closed and move on to special presentation. The COVID-19 update. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. As we get ready for our third special presentation, I just have a few quick remarks on the COVID-19 update. The presentation on ARPA that's going to follow under the business section is essentially our COVID-19 update for the evening. And on the next item, Resolution R 5434, as you just heard from the testimony, we have the equity and contracting item, which is under business under 9C, and that's also basically the 5434 update. So 2 action items related to those 2 special presentations, so no special presentations today. But I'm happy to answer any questions council might have on those 2 topics other than what's on the business item.
Oops. Council? Then I think we are ready and excited to move on to the King County Regional Homeless Authority.
Okay, so let me introduce this topic. Very excited to have our very first presentation before the Kirkland City Council, the Regional Homelessness Authority. This was an entity created in partnership by the City of Seattle and King County to provide a coordinated and unified approach to homelessness in the region. And we're very privileged tonight to have Mark Dones here to provide that presentation. He is the CEO of the new organization, and I believe he is going to take it from here, although I'll see Lynn Zwagstra is here to answer any questions as well, and Leslie Miller.
Welcome, Mark.
So Leslie, did you have any introductory remarks, or is it straight to Mark?
I just want to say how excited that I am for Mark to be here, and I think Alexis Mercedes Rink, who is our sub-regional planning manager. Many of you probably know her from working when she worked at SCA, but these are 2 of the reasons why I have such great hope for the work that we're going to be able to do together with the Regional Homelessness Authority. So welcome to both Alexis and Mark.
Thank you for that kind welcome. And hello, Mayor Sweet and others that I have not yet had the privilege to meet. So my name is Mark Dones. I use they, them pronouns, and I am the I'm clinging to new until someone pries it from my hopefully not cold dead hands, but my hands, CEO at the King County Regional Homelessness Authority. I'm gonna walk through, okay. Yes, okay. I think there are going to be slides. I also know this by heart, so I'm just gonna start talking and
I will pull up the slides.
You don't have to rush. I truly know this by heart. So the goal of our time with you today is to brief you on a little bit of background about the authority itself, and then Alexis's work as sub-regional planning manager, and then have some time for any questions. Oh, look at that. Okay. I think to start off, we can go to the next slide, I guess. I hate saying next slide. It makes me feel bad when someone else is running the slides. I always feel like a jerk somehow. What I want to run you through is just the formation of the authority, our timeline, and our initial areas of focus, and then pass it off to Alexis, who's going to talk about the sub-regional planning work, particularly that with regard to the east side. Sure, just great, yes. So the scope of the authority, which is in our legislation, is that we are formed between Seattle and King County to merge the two jurisdictions' homelessness response work into a new entity. The authority manages a unified planning and coordination of all that funding for services and other supports for folks experiencing homelessness. Next slide, please. Our governance, which is set up in our legislation, is that we have a governing committee and an implementation board. So our governing committee, which is 12 members, is made up of the King County Executive, 2 King County Council members, the Seattle Mayor, and 2 Seattle Council members, 3 members of the Sound Cities Association leadership team, currently Mayor Backus, Mayor Burney, and Councilmember Prince are those members, and then 3 folks from who are nominated to the governing committee by the Lived Experience Coalition, which is a group of folks who have current or very near experience of homelessness from across the county. Part of our legislative intent, and one of the reasons why I'm actually privileged to have the role that I have, is that we are obligated to take up policy positions and actions in response to what people who are experiencing homelessness tell us to do, which I think is, I've worked in this field for over a decade, and we are basically the only system that has to do that. Like other folks might do it if they want to, but the fact that we are really focused on centering the voices of those most impacted in how we do our work on a day-to-day basis is a real privilege. We also have an implementation board. That board is 13 members and is made up of civilians who are nominated to their seats and confirmed by the governing committee. Those board members also have to pass through a skills matrix. And so one of the things that any board member has to demonstrate is expertise in something that is relevant to the work that we do. So it might be behavioral health or health policy or housing finance. And so it really is a board of experts who've been doing the work for quite some time. I report directly to the 2 board chairs, although my position was selected by the implementation board and then confirmed by the governing committee. And so in that capacity, I act as an appointed official for the county. And then we also have an advisory committee, which serves as our HUD required continuum of care board. I won't go in to the weeds on the policy, but essentially this is something that is required for us to receive our HUD award, which is about 1/3 of our annual budget. That board is really focused on executing a series of functions that are HUD required in order for us to make sure that we are in compliance. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. So just a little bit about timeline. So the interlocal agreement and the legislation and the whole process that gave rise to the authority really began in August of 2018. When I was I led the team that authored the report in 2018 that gave rise to this, to the legislation. I led the National Innovation Service as their executive director at that time. We concluded in a report issued in December of that same year of 2018 that one of the reasons why the region's homelessness response was not efficacious is that there was profound fragmentation. At one point, we found, for example, that at least 4 different government agencies claimed to be the primary owners of the same body of work. And so it was actually quite impossible to make decisions, to have a single strategy, to execute on that strategy, or to be held accountable for that strategy. And so one of our, I believe the second recommendation in the report, which had 10 recommendations in it, was to consolidate all of that funding and policymaking authority into a regional entity. For what it's worth, that was maybe the 6th report, including one from the King County Auditor that had found the same thing. It was not at that point in time a clever finding. It was not. It felt mundane, frankly, to write it down. But I think that one of the things that was different is that leadership was in place region-wide that made it possible to execute on the recommendation in a way that had not previously been the case. And I want to be really clear that when I say that, I don't just mean the leadership of Mayor Durkin or Executive Constantine, I mean region-wide, right? That like the ILA had to pass through the Regional Policy Committee, it had to be vetted through SCA, it went through many processes across our county and made it. And that had not previously happened. And so in December of 2019, that legislation was signed. And in 2020, we were supposed to be an administrative stand-up. I, was not supposed to be in this job. In candor, I'd said, this has been fun. I'll see you when I see you. I already run an agency. The CEO was supposed to be selected really by February or March of 2020. And because of the pandemic, that did not happen. And I think it's really important to be clear that it didn't happen because people pivoted their work to save lives. And so, and that's critical, right? Like this was, I just think it's always really important to note that like, this was not the government like failing to do our job. It was the government doing our job at our highest and best, frankly, of making sure that our most vulnerable neighbors survived. As a result, the CEO search process didn't really kick off until the fall. I put my hat in December. I was nominated by the implementation board in March, confirmed the same week, began the job in April. And so really, what I've been focused on with my growing team in 2021 is hiring the team, building the sort of core bodies of work and operations capacity to execute on things, including what Alexis will talk about, which is our sub-regional planning work. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about what that will look like in 2022 and beyond, just so that you have a sense of sort of what our priorities are. Next slide. So the first thing I always like to start with is just to be clear that the contracts for 2022 are not being bid out because we don't have time to do that. We are level funding the contracts in 22. We want to just let folks know, right? That's over 200 contracts with about $140 million currently in them. And the terms will stay the same in 22, but they'll be consolidated. So providers won't have two contracts with the county or city or potentially more contracts. They'll have one contract with us. And right alongside that, in the first quarter of 22, we will, through a community process and incorporating Alexis's sub-regional planning work, develop the RFP for the full system rebid, which will go out probably second quarter of 22. We'll score it third quarter, award in fourth, which really means that when we flip the lights on the 23 system, it will be, I believe, nuts and bolts quite different. I hope that the things that are different will not be surprises because we will have been doing extensive planning work as a community to determine what we need to be doing differently. That doesn't mean that everyone will be happy. I always like to say that when we talk about government, right? Like effective government actually means almost everyone's doing a compromise of some kind. So just to be really clear on like what the expectation should be, but difference I can guarantee. I also want to be clear that that includes rebidding the contracts for and or funding, right, the providers who are here on the east side. So Friends of Youth, Sophia Way, Congregations for the Homeless, HopeLink, these are providers who are integral to the east side ecosystem and who will be authority funded in part or in some cases the majority of their funding moving forward. Next slide. Thank you. We're getting good at this. We're getting a rhythm. So the other thing that I want to lift up is what we're calling our catalytic portfolio. So in addition to the sort of general wheels of government, we've also identified 3 things that we think can have significant impact on the system function if we implement them as soon as possible. That's with public-private partnership, with looking for state or federal funding opportunities outside of our normal budget cycle, et cetera. These three things are peer navigation. So peer navigation, I've worked and our team has worked in a number of other spaces, including behavioral health, healthcare systems integration. Peers are really the gold standard in a number of those spaces. And at this point are actually Medicaid reimbursable in a number of spaces as well. And the belief, right, is that someone who has, training, right? So this isn't just someone who, has been through things and calls them your peer, but someone who has some training and has similar life experiences is able to help folks connect with the resources that they need faster and to help them navigate fragmented systems. We really think that the ability to have peers working end to end as the sort of connective tissue in our system will really enhance the ability to ensure that folks are getting the thing that they need. And we see in the data and also hear from people that the thing that makes the biggest difference on someone's in someone's course or experience of homelessness is a relationship that they can, frankly, reach into when times get tough, who can help them stabilize, who can help them get to the next thing, whatever that next thing may be. The next thing on our list is data. So as I think I mentioned, I'm an anthropologist and a social scientist, and much of my work has been about doing work, that is sort of research to action. I'm a big believer in data-driven decision-making. I think that it is important that we actually know what it is we're trying to solve and know the parameters of the problem before we just start doing stuff. With that in mind, we're after what in the field is called a by name list, but I think we actually want something more than that. So we want a list of, sort of everyone in the region who's experiencing homelessness, but I think what our team is aligned on is more than wanting that. We also want to ensure that we understand where you are, what your needs are, and whether or not we have a plan for those needs. And if not, why not, right? I think this is also part of how we begin to have the conversation about where things are cited and why those things are cited where they are in an actual fact-based way, right? What we're really keen on is ensuring that people have the resources they need in the community they're from, right? So what I don't want to see is for folks to be continually forced to migrate to other regions in the county in order to access care when they're from one jurisdiction and they wind up in Candor in downtown Seattle, because that is where much of our service infrastructure is currently sited. But that also means that we want to be able to cite things at the appropriate scale, right? So with the right data, I would be able to tell you Issaquah has 50 people who are experiencing homelessness, right? A 50-person solution ecosystem is not the same as a 2,000-person solution ecosystem, right? And so I want to also be clear that, and allay fears, right, the authority is going to drive, significant expansion apropos of no real understanding of what the specific dynamics of a community are, be that Kirkland or the East Side as a subregion. The last thing that we're focused on, one last thing. The last thing that we're focused on is bridge housing. So what I'll say here just very briefly is that administratively right now, we have a system that has shelter options and permanency options. And the wait list for those permanency options is quite long. And so, you can be on a, housing authority wait list for quite literally 5 years. And while you are waiting, there actually isn't a place for you to be. You can't be in shelter that long. You should not be in shelter that long. That is not what shelter is designed for. And so as a result, people quite literally wait outside. That is not an acceptable solution. And so what we need to ensure is that people are able to be in a housing style, space, right? While they are waiting for whatever their permanent thing may be. And so when we're thinking about bridge housing, we're thinking about single and multifamily dwellings that are repurposed to support groups of potentially unrelated adults, right? Who are waiting for the next step, but are again able to do so inside. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Alexis, who can speak in greater depth about subregional planning. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll be back to answer questions.
Well, hi, everyone. It's so lovely to see so many familiar faces on the screen. Happy to be here. For those who don't know me, my name is Alexis Mercedes Rink. I use she, her pronouns. I know a number of folks in the call from my previous role at the Sound Cities Association, where I was the Human Services Policy Analyst, and now I am the Subregional Planning Manager. And I often tell folks that I love this position so much because I get to continue working with the 38 cities that I was working with in my role at SCA. So with regards to subregional planning, the core philosophy behind how I'm approaching this role is really getting deep into community, working with our providers, our governments, but also really centering lived experience across the subregions to understand what our service landscape is really looking like, what the unique needs within communities are, and just getting a more robust understanding of exactly what is going on across our region. You know, this is a really diverse county in so many ways, and so the heart of subregional planning is being able to understand that diversity. So within that, thank you, Leslie, there are 6 key components to subregional planning. The first of which is being able to provide a full landscape of all of our services available to folks experiencing homelessness or at risk of experiencing homelessness. And I mean this in a catalog sense, but also in a mapping sense. Where are our services located? The second piece is looking at our investment and funding into service response. So doing an analysis of public dollars, private dollars, but also looking at in kind and further what the gaps are. The third piece is really around centering lived experience. So looking at and talking with folks who are experiencing our homelessness response systems. Particularly, we know that our services available across the region look very different. And so really focusing in and talking with folks on the east side to see how they're having experiences with the homelessness response system. The fourth piece is really going to be informed by what we find in parts 1, 2, and 3, and that's looking at our gaps and needs within each subregion. The fifth piece is identifying action steps that we can take within the subregions. And the last piece is really identifying when we can get this work done. And so in my role, as I said, getting really deep into community, and I would identify that there are kind of 4 ways this is manifesting right now. I've been engaging with East Side cities. So we have a standing biweekly meeting with Sammamish, Kirkland. So I get to work with Leslie. I get to see her biweekly, which is always a treat. Bellevue, it is a little bit late in the evening, my apologies. Issaquah and Redmond. Also, I've been in conversation with a number of the providers on the east side, so Friends of Youth, Muslim Community Resource Center, Sophia Way, Hope Link, and a number of the providers are listed here. You'll notice that not all of the organizations that are listed in this section are explicit homelessness service providers, but also are part of related systems. There are also organizations within there that are organizations that frankly are staffed by and serving Black, Indigenous, and communities of color, really to tap onto their expertise and looking and learning from them about what they're seeing in their communities and how homelessness is showing up for them. I've also been attending a number of Eastern County coalitions like the East Side Human Services Forum, which I know a number of you are involved in, as well as the Northeast Funders Group, East Side Interfaith Social Concerns Council, and the East Side Homelessness Advisory Committee. Not only attending those meetings to talk about the work of the KCRHA, but also to learn from and listen into those conversations, as those are well-established coalitions that have really been having a pulse on what's going on the East Side. So really trying to tap in and learn from those coalitions. And the last piece is around lived experience. And that's something that I'm really hoping to build out our connections to our Eastern County lived experience community, both with working with some of the established coalitions, but also collaboratively with our lived experience coalition, which is serving countywide. We have also been getting out and about. It is kind of a core piece of our team. We like to show up places. I don't know if it was mentioned earlier, but we are currently giving this presentation from Redmond City Hall as we just presented to them in person. And I look forward to the day that we can present to you all in person about the progress of our work. But we believe in showing up. And so we've had the opportunity to do site visits to the Sophia Way, both Sophia's Place and Helen's Place. We also visited a site at Friends of Youth, Hope Link, the Overlake Christian Safe Parking Program. I think we visited the Lake Washington program twice because they were a part of our Vehicle Residency Engagement Week. We also saw the future site at the Together Center. And with that, that wraps up my part of the presentation. I'm going to invite back Mark over to take any questions you all have for us.
Thank you, Alexa. Council, questions, comments? All right. Well, thank you both so much for the presentation. It is encouraging to see the words on paper. It is, I mean, we're ready. And we're ready to provide the kind of support that you're going to need and that we need to draw upon to make this happen for our community. So anybody else have anything to add commentary wise? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mark, thank you so much for your guys' presentation. I really appreciate it. I had a question about the building the database and the by name list and how that actually gets built today, and whether we're looking at how we can build that, do that better in the future. And I was kind of thinking about, if I suddenly had a heart attack right now, I would, someone would call 911 and let first responders know that I'm having a heart attack and someone should respond to my crisis. Is there built into our system now or in the near future, is there going to be a way to essentially, metaphorically, call 911 and say, I'm on the verge of a crisis and becoming unhoused, and I would like to get into care and services, or at least in the pipeline for care and services now before it becomes a critical issue. I'm wondering right now, if we look at the landscape of people of our members of our community are experiencing homelessness, how serious of a crisis do they find themselves in before they really get in contact with the systems that we have in place?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. A couple things. One, we do already operate several things like that. The most robust of which is simply 211. The 211 system, which is run in this region, as it is in many places across the country by Our United Way, right, has access to what's called diversion, which is both something that the authority funds or will fund, and then is also funded through philanthropic dollars and other resources that come to the United Way. But essentially, right, it is a way of raising your hand and saying, I think I need help. I need to pay some rent arrears. I need to pay off some bill, some utility bills, et cetera, right? And getting access to resources that may be able to meet that need. I think that what is clear to me in your question, and frankly, just in what we see, is that not enough people know about that resource or think to access it. And right, if I'm being, really out on a limb in terms of some of the thinking that I've done, what we know is that for people who are experiencing, sort of the precursors to homelessness, right? There's something that happens when your brain is experiencing any kind of stress, which is your cognitive, I'm a psychiatric anthropologist, I don't think I mentioned that. Your cognitive capacity declines rapidly to forecast into the future or to make good decisions. The best example that any of you have of this is probably anytime you've had to pee very badly and you just can't actually think about anything else, right? Your brain actually is we all say oh, I'm a great multitasker. No, you're not. And as soon as you are stressed, your ability to forecast into the future and to make an informed decision, even if you knew about 211, right, drops dramatically. What I think is actually the solve here, and is truly years in the making, I'm just going to be honest, is rather for us to wait for people to reach out, we need to see them coming. And so what the better solution is if we look at core predictors of the likelihood of experiencing homelessness and then match them against targeted outreach that says, hey, are you having a problem? Right? Data is very clear that people are more likely to accept an offer of help than they are to reach out for help. There are a lot of sociocultural reasons that this might be, all of which we will not be solving probably in this generation. And so as a result, the better thing would be, so for example, a significant utilities arrearage is a significant indicator, right, of a potential future episode of homelessness. What would be fantastic is if through the utilities agencies, we were able to see that and then, say, we're going to reach out and offer help now, right? And we're going to offer tenancy support, rent support, arrearage support. Like, we're going to make sure that you stay in that housing as opposed to slip into the system that is the actual crisis response. That, I think, is the highest and best use of the kind of predictive data that we might come to be able to manage in the future. In the near term, what I will say is we need to do a better job getting the 211 information out to people. We need to do a better job making sure that that is more firmly connected in people's minds to the kinds of supports that we might be able to offer. And certainly we will be, I think, figuring out ways to do that.
Oh, great. Thank you very much.
No worries.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from council? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say, Mark, welcome to King County, and Alexis and Mark, thank you so much for the work that you're doing. We're so excited that you're doing this really important work, and we're really excited that you're the ones doing this work. You have such a great equity lens to the work that you're doing and centering lived experience. And so thank you so much, and looking forward to working with you guys. And thanks for being here tonight too.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much for joining us tonight, both of you. And as I said a little bit earlier, we're ready. Let us know what to do.
Thank you.
Thanks much.
Looking forward to talking again soon.
You bet.
Bye.
Any further comments from Leslie or no? So I think that takes us on to our consent calendar. Before I have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present the audit of accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $3,487,006.01 and bills in the amount of $5,959,493.47.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to accept the consent calendar. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. This takes us to our business agenda. The first item on our business agenda is the American Rescue Plan Act program update. City Manager.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we wanted to update the council on what we've been doing with the American Rescue Plan Act funding, primarily the funding that has come straight through to the city of Kirkland, but we'll touch a little bit on some of the other jurisdictions, what's happening in King County as well. The purpose of this is to inform you and then to get any questions council may have on what's happening next. And so we look forward to that conversation. So here to walk you through the presentation is our management analyst, Carly Jorger.
Welcome, Carly.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Carly Jorger, and I'm a management analyst in the city manager's office. So this evening, I'll provide you an update on the city's American Rescue Plan Act. I'll just pull up my slides now. All right. So I've got about 11 slides that I will, I'll walk through describing the work that our staff have done so far. I'll provide an overview of the spending plan and then wrap up with a discussion of the 3 relief programs that the city is standing up for Kirkland residents and businesses. So by now, many of us are not strangers to the American Rescue Plan Act, but for our listening audience, I'll just provide a quick background. ARPA, or the American Rescue Plan Act, is a $1.9 trillion economic stimulus bill that President Biden signed into law on March 11th of this year.
The bill provides funding to a variety of areas to support recovery from the COVID-19 public health pandemic. Of that total $1.9 trillion, $350 billion is allocated to states, counties, cities, and tribes as they recover from COVID-19. Of that $350 billion, the city of Kirkland will receive just over $10 million. $5 million of this allocation was received in June directly from the Department of Treasury, and the remaining $5 million is anticipated to be distributed around the same time next year. For our purposes this evening, this update will focus solely on the first $5 million tranche. Shortly after the bill became law, staff prepared an update for the April 29th City Council retreat, where council came to consensus around a set of guiding principles and a framework that prioritized using these funds for recovery, resiliency, equity, and innovation. Council also directed staff to use an initial allocation of the first $5 million for $3 million for city investments, $1 million for human services programs, and $1 million for economic recovery. This chart before you shows this framework that the ARPA implementation team has adopted as part of our foundation for our decision-making around programs. Currently, staff are focused on the items in the middle column under the first ARPA distribution, and the bulk of our work that's in progress is under the immediate response row, which includes the summer action plan, facilities and IT improvements, and then the 3 relief programs that we'll talk about later in this presentation. So even with a very clear strategy and a helpful framework and excellent team, activating this federal funding as quickly as we are has not been without its own challenges. The main ongoing challenge that we have is the lack of clear and final guidance from Treasury on how to use these funds. This timeline in front of you shows some of the key milestones for when we have received new information from Treasury. And what I'd like to emphasize is that the funding was dispersed in early June, and we are ending nearing the end of September, and we still do not have final guidance from Treasury on how to use these funds. 2 weeks ago, fortunately, Treasury confirmed that the funds that are being used now for under the interim guidance will not be subject to recruitment once the final rule is published. So this is very good news, but unfortunately, there's an unintended consequence that the lack of final guidance is causing many cities in our region to delay actually activating this funding. So at the latest ARPA roundtable meeting hosted by the Association of Washington Cities, only 3 other jurisdictions shared that they are planning on actually spending ARPA funds before the end of this year. So I've just been incredibly impressed with our team's ability to adapt to new information as it's released and go ahead making plans for programs to start activating this funding, even though we do not have perfect information. So with that being said, I will move into discussion on the first tranche spending plan. So staff has earmarked funds within each of council's 3 spending categories: city investments, human services, and economic recovery. The city submitted its first required expense report to Treasury at the end of August, and we reported over $400,000 of ARPA expenses that the city had already incurred from the date of our award through the end of July. The majority of these costs were incurred through the summer action plan, additional janitorial in our public facilities, as well as the additional staffing resources to manage the ARPA program. The main point about our spending plan is that we are trying to remain flexible and adaptable as we receive new information. So you'll see some remaining unprogrammed balances in the city investments category, as well as economic recovery. Reserving these balances gives us some flexibility to see how our current programs develop, what the volume of requests for assistance are, and some time to continually identify needs. So So your first spending category, city investments, we've got several projects in progress and several that are under consideration. The projects in progress are installing ionization units in the HVAC systems in our public facilities that clean the air. We have space reconfiguration and IT improvements that support our organization's ability to continue to provide services as we are a hybrid in-person and virtual workforce. The summer action plan, and then utility billing relief for accounts that are in arrears due to COVID-19. Under consideration, we have speeding up a project that is slated for 2023, which is to replace the HVAC system in the Parks Maintenance and Operations building, replacing lost revenues in the street fund due to reduction in gas tax revenue, which we can connect to COVID-19, as well as the employee vaccine incentive program. So depending on how all of these other programs come together, these allocations might be adjusted. For your second spending category, human services, they have earmarked the full $1 million allocation among 3 subcategories of spending. The first is housing stability, next is mental health support, and then lastly is ensuring accessible services. Within the housing stability category that the City of Kirkland has set up our rent and mortgage assistance program that has a $250,000 initial allocation. And we'll be very curious to see what the volume of requests for assistance is. So I'm not going to go into detail on the rest of these programs at this time, but I do have Leslie Miller on the line to answer any more detailed questions that you might have at the end of the presentation. Moving into your last but not least spending category is economic recovery. So similar to human services, we're standing up a commercial rent relief program that has allocated $250,000. Again, subject to adjustment, seeing what the volume of requests will be. So other identified categories of support include the aid to the tourism industry through a community currency program, ensuring that there are the availability of working capital loans, and also access for small businesses to cultural and language navigation. I also have Jim Lopez and Martha Chaudhry available to answer questions on these programs too. But first, I've saved the best for last. And I'm very happy to share that last week, the city announced 3 relief programs for residents and businesses who have experienced economic hardship through COVID-19. So the 3 programs are residential rent and mortgage assistance, utility billing assistance, and then commercial rent assistance. These programs are going to roll out in phases. So the first phase that opened last week offers residential rent and mortgage assistance and includes an option to receive utility relief if that household is also behind in their utility bills. We're working with 2 nonprofit partners who are supporting outreach efforts for this program and providing technical assistance and cultural navigation. The second phase is the utility billing relief for those who may or may not be behind in rent. Staff have prepared door tags for each household that currently has bills in arrears. And these tags advertise that assistance is available with a call to action to visit the city's website to apply. So this program will open on Friday and doors will be placed on households Saturday. And then lastly, we have the commercial rent assistance program, which will be available for small businesses to start applying by the end of this month. And similar to the residential relief program, we are working with nonprofit partners to bolster outreach and provide language and cultural navigation. So the $1 million question with these programs is what the volume of requests is going to be. So I can share some data about our initial uptake. So as of today, the city received 36 intake forms for the rent and mortgage assistance. 27 of those intake forms met the program criteria. The folks that didn't meet that criteria were either already on our list from the Housing Helpline. They're not currently behind in their rent or mortgage payments, or they're already enrolled in the county's rent assistance program. Of the intake forms we received, the average rent and utility assistance requested was $5,614, which totals a bit over $150,000. We also have some data from the mailer that was sent out at the end of June to all Kirkland residences. We received 101 responses from that mailer with a total request for assistance of $261,000. Of that 101, 77 were residential tenants, 35 households were eligible and sent to the King County program, and 42 were not considered eligible for that program. 18 of those are being encouraged to apply for the city's program we just announced last week, and 24 of those households were not behind in rent, over the income thresholds, outside city limits, or eligible for another program. For utility bills, staff have analyzed the accounts that are in arrears, and as just a snapshot in time, right now we have over 1,000 accounts in arrears for water and solid waste utilities. The average amount per account in arrears is $600. The commercial rent, we're unsure of what the volume for this program is going to be, but if the responses from the Housing Helpline are any indication, we received about 30 inquiries, 19 from tenants and 11 from landlords or property managers. That brings me to the end of my presentation. So I'm happy to take your questions, and also have Leslie, Jim, and Martha on the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. Great presentation. Council, questions, comments? I see Chief Sanford has his hand up. Joe, are you out there?
Yeah, sorry, it was a mistake.
Oh, all right, thank you. Council. Okay, I've lost my screen. I think I see Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't sure if you called on me. You know, this is interesting. We're having this conversation right after Mark and Alexis spoke. And I think Mark said something really powerful about government pivoted to save lives. And this is the continuation of what we've been doing for the past 19 months. You know, trying to do the math while you're, great presentation, Carly, thank you. Trying to do the math while you're doing it, it appears that we are going to run out of money fairly quickly, that we have quite a number of people in need. So I have a bunch of questions. One is, what is this current status of the King County program? Is that money getting released faster than it was earlier? And Leslie, I'll go ahead and let you answer that, and then I'll move on to my other ones.
Yes, King County has made a number of steps to ensure that more money is getting out the door. From January through September 12th, they got out approximately 30 million. And then the last week, they got 4.4 million. So we can definitely see a big increase in their daily, and they are still standing up additional teams. They are pulling staff from across King County government, and they are working literally 7 days a week.
Okay.
So they are increasing.
That's wonderful to hear.
There are 19,000 households that have applied for assistance. 1,000 were served in the last couple of months, and there's 5,000 that are currently going through the process of being assisted.
Okay. What I'm worried about is our eviction moratorium will end in 9 days. And we know that there's a need, and we know that we are going to have people in the pipeline that we may not be able to write them a check by September 30th. So what sort of safety net are we going to help provide them as we get this rent release into their hands? Have we thought about that? And assuming that we are going to run out of money and our next tranche isn't coming till June of 2022, have we talked about what sort of bridge we can do to help people get through till we have that next tranche? And then my third question is, talking about the folks in arrears on utility payments, what point are we going to start green tagging people so that we can call the people that are in need and the people that may not be in need anymore and should be paying their utility bills? So I think this is, I'm sorry, I should have prefaced this. This is wonderful work and I'm really grateful and you guys are amazing. I'm just anxious about what happens next, in particular as we're facing this eviction moratorium ending in 9 days. So thank you.
Do you want to take a shot at that, Carly, or one of your folks, or should I move on?
Well, if maybe I could just take a quick high-level overview shot at that, because we'd be happy to provide more details on any of the programs. So we are exploring all of those things simultaneously, just so you know. And this weekend, actually, we're going to be putting out the green tags, providing people with how to get assistance for utilities. So this weekend, we'll be putting out hundreds of those on doors. We hope that'll make a huge impact in identifying need and then providing money and then solving need. So these conversations are going on constantly. We do have some flexibility in moving some money around in ARPA, so that's one of the ways we're going to do it. Then we obviously have still some of our human services reserve we've held back. We have our council contingency fund, which could become available. And of course, we have our reserves. So if the need continues to escalate, we're prepared to bring the council options for further funding.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Carly. I'm trying to ask the question that Councilmember Curtis didn't ask, because she asked some of the questions I had. I guess Leslie and Carly, with respect to Kirkland's own housing stability programs, those that are providing rent relief, where are we, setting the county aside for a moment, where are we in our own rent relief programs and issuing checks to those who are applying now for that rental relief? It sounds like we stood up that program last week, and where are we in accepting applications and issuing checks?
So India Association of Western Washington last week started working on the wait list that they actually had. And we've also given them the first list of folks that have signed up through the intake form on our website. So we have our first meeting with them on Friday to talk about how things are going and are really hoping that they'll have their first batch ready. We're also working with For Tomorrow. They are going to be signing the contract this week, and they will be focusing on our Spanish-speaking neighbors. And so we also expect they have a wait list as well. So we expect them to get going on their wait list this week.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And then a follow-up question, perhaps maybe for the city manager or the city attorney, with respect to those Kirkland residents who have applied for relief, either from the county or the city, but are in the application process, but have not been approved and have not received a check. Do we have a sense of what the governor's bridge proclamation, is that the right word, means for those who live in Kirkland who are seeking that relief but have not received a check yet, either from the city or from the county?
City Manager, do you want me to start with that?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Black. It's difficult to know with certainty, what the governor intends happen after September 30th if some of the expectations he had when he issued the bridge proclamation are not realized. I mean, he assumed that things were going to change in August, and that by the end of September, there would be programs in place in every county in the state of Washington that would provide, relief upon, as needed and following request. And it's not clear that that's not going to happen. So we're in a little bit of the situation that we were in at the end of June, when the council decided to act, not knowing yet what the governor was going to do with the eviction moratorium he had in place at the time. Obviously, he replaced that with the bridge. He signaled, I think, that he expected all these pieces to be in place, and he wanted people to move heaven and earth to make sure that happened. It hasn't happened. My guess is that there will be some kind of additional relief that will take into account a lack of available resources or pending applications not yet acted upon, because there were references to those possibilities in the proclamation, but not really an explication of what would happen if the pieces that he anticipated didn't end up coming on board in time. So,
okay, all right, thank you.
I hope that's an okay answer.
Well, I understand there's some uncertainty, so you can only it's the best. It sounds like it might be the best answer you can give right now. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That was it for me.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Council Members Curtis and Black. You have asked a lot of my questions, but I have some follow-up questions because of the really thoughtful responses by Leslie and Kurt and Kevin tonight. So a few follow-up questions. Kevin, in saying that there's, you guess there might be some sort of additional support provided that the governor may take action by the end of the month. What are our options if that doesn't happen? And being that this is the last business meeting of our council before the end of the month, I want to make sure that we're prepared to take action if needed at the 11th hour, so that we don't leave those residents who have applied and are in good faith, just waiting for the process to happen, that they don't become unhoused, right? That's what we all want to avoid. So I really want to make sure that we're preparing for that we have action ready to take, drafted, that if we need to, we can call a special emergency meeting to be able to take action as a city to protect our residents. Because, the truth is we don't know what the governor is going to do. Last time we took action preemptively and the governor did end up taking some action, but we don't know what's going to happen. So I really want to make sure that we're prepared for that we don't leave our residents hanging just because, the timing of our meetings and us waiting for the governor. So I want to share that. I also have some questions, Leslie, about the numbers that you provided. You mentioned, just trying to do the math again quickly in my head here, that for King County, 19,000 have applied, 1,000 have been served in the past short time period. I forget what you said, past few weeks or so, and that there's 5,000 that are in the process. Do we know how many new applications they're getting on a daily basis? Are those 5,000 just ones that they've gotten in the past few days that they haven't, responded to yet? Or are those people that have applied, weeks ago, months ago, that are still waiting to hear that they're still waiting on the backlog? And is that backlog shrinking? Are they keeping up on a daily basis? Is that number going down? Are they processing more applications than they're getting in on a daily basis? I just kind of want to get a sense of the direction that they're going. I really, really appreciate the folks at King County, who I'm sure are working so hard. You mentioned they're working 7 days a week. So this is not a ding against them, but this is just really trying to understand what the problem is, not only in wanting to make sure that we understand that so that we can help fill the gaps, because I think that was such a thoughtful part of our response as a city is, you and your team working really carefully to understand where the gaps were and where the needs were, so that we could be really precise and most useful and stretch the dollars that we have. So I think it's really important to understand that, especially given that the clock is ticking on some of these protections that are in place statewide and also citywide. And then my second question is, you mentioned wait list for tomorrow in IAWW. I know you have yet to meet with them to kind of get some updated numbers, but do you have a sense of the size of that wait list? You shared, I think, Carly, you did a great job, shared some numbers on the calls that we've received or responses we've received from our online form, but do we have a sense of how many Kirkland residents are on those two wait lists through for tomorrow in IAWW? And then I have more questions, but I'll pause there and let you respond.
So starting from the bottom, the wait list, I do not know the size. My understanding at IWW shared that it was a limited wait list, so it wasn't extensive. But unfortunately, I do not have numbers for you. Neither do I have numbers for tomorrow, but I can check in. And I really appreciated your question about where the numbers are going for King County EPRAP. And I'm afraid that is something I'll have to reach out. I don't have an answer. I do know that there was a large majority of those would have been early on with the landlord program, who the large landlords were able to kind of request, on behalf of thousands of households. And they were the first program that opened up. Individual households are still able to sign up. And so what I would say about who are those 5,000 that are getting served right now, they have a tenant pool. And so there are folks who are getting polled that would have registered the day they could register in May, and they're, have been waiting to get polled. And so, it'd be a combination. They also had people who had been polled, but they hadn't had their whole process, so they couldn't actually get checks out the door. So I think there's people who just found out this week that they could get help, and they're finally then processing people who were told 2 months ago that they were going to get help. And so, but I have made a note to find out how many additional people continue to apply, but that application is still open for individual tenants.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I also really appreciated, the data, Carly, that you presented on the number of residents who applied for our program or called as a result of the response to the postcard, but were ineligible because they were eligible for other programs, such as King County. So I assume we then share information and direct them to those services. Do we know if King County is doing the same? If there are folks who may qualify for our program that are Kirkland residents that come to them, do they have some sort of referral process out to cities to say, hey, we can't help you. You make too much money, but you fit the criteria since you live in the city of Kirkland. And if not, can we advocate for that? Because I want to make sure that we're really capturing people, and particularly thinking of Mark's comments about people seeking help, right? And how hard it is to ask for help. And I think of, residents who may reach out to King County asking for help and they're denied, right? But I don't want them to just then go away because they're now afraid to contact the government because they've been denied, whether if they can have a warm handoff to Kirkland, so that they know that, we can't help you, and I know King County is so busy, and that would be an additional ask of them. But if there's any way we can get that information, even if they just kind of send the information to us, right? Even if they don't know the criteria, but they can say, hey, these are Kirkland people that we rejected, and then we can follow up. If there's some way to make sure we're following up and we have those data to follow up with folks, there are people that are being rejected by King County, I think that would be another way to help fill the gap. So I just wanted to see if that was something that is possible that we could find a way to make work. And then I have a couple questions.
Okay. I know that we've talked to a couple of the community-based organizations that have contracts with King County where they're able to do that. I will find out if there's a mechanism that King County itself has to do. I do, with you commenting on the statistics that you had, I really feel like I need to take a moment to give a shout out to Jen Boone and Antoinette Smith, our human services coordinators. It has been very profound, that housing helpline. People have, Jen shared that she had a woman who pulled over in her car and started crying because someone actually called her back. And this is a challenge with the big King County program. And so over and over again, we're getting feedback with thankfulness that someone is answering the phone and is able to help people figure out if they do qualify for EPRAP or not and get directions. So I do want to kind of highlight that has been really something that has been helpful, but I will reach out to find out. I'm not sure if it's a person deciding that someone's not eligible, or if it's like with their intake information and it's like an automatic, kind of system response. So I will find out more information about that. But we are getting, now that we have our program standing up, we're going to be reaching out to a lot of our providers to give them detailed information about our program to help get out the word, so that we have multiple providers providing all different types of services knowing about our rental assistance program to help. We're hoping that that's going to help.
Great. Thanks so much, Leslie. And a huge thanks to Jen and Annie for the really important work that they're doing as well, and doing it with such passion and such care. I think that's really important. My other question for you is, I mean, this can just be a conversation for another day, but just thank you for including children's mental health as part of this. It's something that's really near and dear to my heart. And I was really happy to see that. And I'd love to learn more about the mental health awareness campaign for parents of elementary age children at some point. So perhaps we can just schedule something to talk about that in the interest of time, but I'm really curious to learn about that. And my other question, comment perhaps is for Jim around the economic recovery part. I really love the community currency idea. You know, Jim, I've heard you talk about this previously, and I really, really appreciate it. I think it's brilliant. I think it can really do a lot of good for small businesses in our community. I wonder, you know, in the news, we hear a lot about, you know, as big tech companies like Microsoft keep pushing back their in-person return date, right, for the offices. We hear a lot about the economic impact of small businesses surrounding those office buildings that really rely on the business from those tech employees, right? And we hear, you know, stories, I think, you know, hear stories of restaurants in Redmond Town Center who are really struggling as a result of the recent announcements of Microsoft pushing back. And I'm wondering if we've looked at if that's also impacting small businesses in our community surrounding, you know, Google and other larger employers that have a lot of office workers who are currently working more from home, and as those dates get pushed back. And if that's the case, if perhaps those are potential partnerships we could have to help support the businesses that are impacted by their, you know, delaying coming, you know, having a return to work policy for their employees, and they could help offset that impact to the businesses that their employees like to frequent, the restaurants, the shops surrounding those office buildings. So just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know if those are conversations we've had already, but just another kind of nuance to the economic recovery and to the economic impact that the pandemic is having, particularly on those small businesses surrounding those office facilities. But again, kudos for the community currency idea. I think that's awesome. And hopefully we can find ways to partner with businesses to larger businesses so that we can help support those small businesses even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Curtis. And a shout out to Councilmember Nixon, who chairs the Tourism and Development Committee, and they've really helped shepherd this idea to come to life. So thank you very much.
Excellent. Okay, Council. Thank you very much, Carly and everybody, for that presentation. It's time for us to move on to item B, the equity and contracting policy.
Oh, sorry, did you call on me?
I'm sorry. No, I didn't.
So our next item, 9B, equity and contracting policy, is resolution R5491. Establishing an equity and contracting policy. So we're looking for a council decision on this, and approving this resolution would sort of set the stage for our action plan that would follow. And here to provide you information about the resolution and the potential action plan is our Deputy City Manager for External Affairs, Jim Lopez.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Can you all see my screen? Is that working? Am I sharing?
We can, Jim, but you're still, you're not in, you've got all your slides.
It's okay. How about now?
Still.
Okay. Good one. Okay, thank you very much. And good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. It's really my privilege to be here with you tonight. My name is Jim Lopez, and I am the Deputy City Manager of External Affairs and other duties as assigned these days. Tonight, I'm going to be presenting on equity in contracting, and there's been a really amazing team that's helped with this work internally and externally. I'm going to talk a little bit about the external team. first Jay Guin, who's our purchasing agent, and Jay's on the line tonight to help answer any questions about our policy, but also David Walbrick, who really has done the lion's share of this work. He's a lead CMO staffer. And David, it's really amazing these days. Now when I walk outside the door of my office and say, David, we're going to start a best-in-class equity contracting policy. The answer now is, shall we start before lunch or after lunch? It's just such a great esprit de corps, and I can't say how grateful I am for David and the team. And I also would like to give a shout out to our city attorney, Kevin Raymond. Kevin, he's always there, he always makes time, and he has a great mind for law and a great mind for policy. And I don't really think we could do this kind of innovative work without Kevin and his team. So thank you all for making this also possible. So to start for the community, this all began back in August of 2020 through Resolution 5434. We've talked a lot about Resolution 5434. It's our resolution to ensure the safety and respect of Black people. And that resolution is so many things. It is first and foremost a statement of policy. But the resolution has many, many, many action items in it, including funding items from the council. The council spent hundreds of thousands of dollars for us to do community engagement early on, Black-centered community engagement. And then it has evolved to several initiatives inside 5434. But what's equally interesting about 5434 is in the structure of the resolution is to move all of those action items into a plan. So whereas 5434 is our plan now, it evolves into an equity plan of record. And we are going to take these action items and add maybe 50 more and come back to you in October and talk about how the resolution now becomes the document, like the sustainability action plan and other action plans we've done, to operationalize the work of 5434. There's so much in there, and we've done so much this year, from the community court to the community responders. And one of the things in 5434, if you look down for section 3C, you will see this initiative, conducting a comprehensive review of city procurement. And this is what has become our resolution and policy on procurement. So it is with that background that I begin my presentation tonight about the contracting policies that we've created and this all-important resolution. There are 20 slides tonight, and I've gone through 3. For the remainder of the presentation, I'll talk a little bit about the background as to how we got here. I'll talk about the resolution itself, policy and programs that are accompanying the resolution. Tonight, we're looking for city council approval on the resolution and feedback on the policy and the programs. That is something at the staff level. And then we'll talk a little bit about next steps. So the background. When we started, interestingly, we didn't get a ton of feedback from our civic engagement. It wasn't one of the items that was called out by the community. Certainly a very, very important item, but not called out for our discussions. So we looked to those organizations that we identified as providing best-in-class ideas and programs. And that took us, of course, to Luis Navarro and at the Port of Seattle. And I have to say, I'm over the moon to see Luis tonight. He has been so incredibly important to us. He took us in and gave us guidance from the first day. And we actually modeled almost everything we did after the port. Spoiler alert, we just basically copied Luis's work. And of course, we reached out to the Washington State Minority and Women's Business Enterprise, the Whatcom Transportation Authority. We really liked what they did, and the Washington State Liquor Control Board. These were some of the areas that we looked at for examples of what might be model approaches. And of course, there is a list of folks that just gave their time and energy and insight. Ms. Ollie Garrett, Kevin Henry, who continues to just be such an amazing supporter for me and our team. Amal Ajuri from the Washington State Women in Business Enterprises was very helpful to us, and we hope to build a partnership with that office. And of course, Shannon Kelly Ray for everything we've done. She reviews and gives us insight. Fernando Martinez took some time, and this was at recommendation of Jonathan Stutz, who's also been so helpful to us, to really spend some time with us and give us insight as to how to best do this interesting work. And of course, Luis Navarro, who really has been so open and available in every aspect of our needs as a staff as we build this program. So thank you to our technical experts. And that's really the background to the resolution. We literally did go to the port and look to the port as our model example of what to do. And the resolution itself is this is a brief excerpt of it, and I'll summarize it here. We've defined the available entities around the state programs, the existing women minority business enterprise definitions. We reserve the right to expand those programs, but we feel to start the clear lines and definitions as we build capacity, internal capacity in our government. We felt that was the appropriate way to start. So, and that's section 1. Section 2 is really the meat of the resolution, identifying and endorsing an aspirational goal to provide maximum practical opportunity for increased participation of women and minority business enterprises in our contracting. This is the message that the council now says to the city as Luis has guided us. It comes from the top, and then we grow the garden around this aspirational goal. And that's the core purpose of this resolution. Section 3 directs the city manager to create policies and programs, and we've attached with our memorandum the draft policies that we are ready to move forward on. Of course, it can be iterated and changed. And tonight, one of our key hopes is to get feedback from the council as we do that. And then finally, performance. One of the big things we learned from the port is how to make this work transparent and to build it into the fabric of our reporting systems to the council and the city manager so that we can see how well we're doing bringing these businesses to our community to participate and to compete, and then how well they're doing so the council can see, are there gaps? Are we closing those gaps? Are we achieving our aspirational goal? So that's the resolution. And there is an underlying principle that I'd just like to point out to as the kind of that also guides the resolution, which is that the resolution is not about setting aside or granting preferences in public contracting based solely on race or gender. It is not that. That is not a legal path for the city to take, and that is not how the program is modeled. The focus is on training, it's on technical assistance, it's on documented best efforts, with a clear articulation of the city's commitment to equity in city contracting opportunities. That's what this resolution is all about. And Kevin has been super helpful with us to help us guide through those important and sometimes complex issues. So with the resolution before you, and we'll talk about that at the close, I thought I might go a little bit into the policies and the programs that will kind of guide the staff at an operational level. And the policy itself is very straightforward. There's a purpose section, a definition section, a scope. The policy, the core of the policy is articulated in several sections I'm going to talk about in more detail. And really moving forward in this presentation, I am just going to focus on the policy section. Fiscal implications are important because if this does cost more money, we want to make sure that the policy guides staff to come back to the council should we need funding to make this happen. So the policy itself is based around 5 sections. There's an overview of the program structure. There's the all-important inclusion and outreach elements of our work. There's a section on providing affirmative efforts for the contractors, the primary contractors of the city. And there's also a section on providing affirmative efforts for the subcontracting community. And finally, program evaluation and improvement, as we talked about earlier, is one of the key components of this policy. So I'll go through each of these components briefly. First, the overview of the program structure. The first section is really all about continuing the practice of developing policies and support and guidelines and all of the things we do as a government to make sure that our staff understands and is aligned about how we do things. And it is really an administrative commitment to making all of this happen. So it's a very straightforward overview of the program structure. Section B is critical. It's about training, and it's about training for all departments as to how to do best communication and outreach to bring WMBA firms into our contracting system and how to become attractive and solicit interest for those firms, including working with the state to help build state certified lists and expand those lists so that WMBE firms have a better chance of getting on that kind of expedited procurement system. But it's also training staff about the laws associated with procurement. So there's a dual training component that we have embedded in our policy. There's also in this section about technical assistance for WMBE firms as to how to best navigate what our contracting system and how to best participate in how we go about contracting. And we also hope to continue our work with the OMWBE office. We'd like to, as they grow and iterate and develop new strategies, we want to make sure we're growing with them, including leveraging all the resources that they make available for us to move forward with our program. Section C is about affirmative efforts with the contractor and our own contracts. We need to look at our contracts. We've been doing this with our Arts Commission. Where in the contracts do we see elements that might be overly burdensome to new firms? So we want to make sure that we're moving barriers in language. We also want to make sure that the contracts themselves include goals for diversity and inclusion, so that everywhere you see signposts as the city is really making an affirmative effort to expand our contractor base of participants. One of the interesting strategies we got from our experts in the field was to unbundle contracts. Always find opportunities to create more opportunity. If there's a big contract, try to break it up so that more firms can participate in competing for those funds. And we also got some good feedback about making sure that our payments are timely. Now, I would like to stop and say here that I believe our payments are timely. But it is important to say in our policy that it is an important component of what we do, particularly for small businesses, micro businesses. They rely on timely payments to make sure that those businesses can keep thriving or to thrive. So Section D of the policy is about requiring outreach efforts for subcontractors. So much of this work flows through the general contractor to the subcontractor. So we want to make sure we're being proactive to the subcontractor relationship and guidance to the subcontractors. You know, we recognize that the contractors might not have the resources that we have as a city or the developing expertise in guiding against implicit bias in the selection of subcontractors. And generally, we want to make sure that we're making sure that the contractors are complying and performing with our requirements to make sure that they're giving voice and opportunity to women and minority businesses to participate and compete as subcontractors. And finally, and really importantly, and Luis really highlighted this as well, is we need to make sure we have program evaluation and improvement. This is all about creating baselines, dashboards, internal progress. Are we connecting with decision makers inside the government? Are we aligning? Are we creating an internal alignment as to how we assess things, how we manage implicit bias? We want to make sure that we're connecting, evaluating, and even potentially expanding the WMBE certifications. It is another iteration and it's another body of work for sure, but there is a growing, I believe, group of institutions that are doing this work. So we can be creative as we evolve as a program. And of course, in everything we do, we want to get community feedback, not just from our technical experts, which we'll continue to do, but also we want to get community feedback from the community itself, the broader community, and even a national component to get feedback would be great. And finally, we want to make sure the policy includes a report to council so that the council can oversee and look at both what the gap is that we're finding and whether or not we're implementing strategies sufficiently to close that gap. So that is kind of a brief overview of the policy, which will iterate and change as we bring life to the aspirational goal in the resolution. And really moving forward, Madam Mayor, we're just here now to answer questions. Jay, David, Kevin, myself, with respect to any questions about the resolution itself or the policy as we currently iterate that policy and hope to bring it into operation very shortly, because one of our guiding principles is to act and learn and improve. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Jim, for a great presentation. I appreciate that this program doesn't create any set-asides or preferences based on race or gender, consistent with state law. My reading is that the gist of it is that we increase outreach to women and minority-owned business enterprises, and we also provide training, mentoring, navigation to help people submit bids and proposals to city procurement of goods and services. Is that right?
Yeah, that is right.
Will those training, mentoring, and navigation programs be available to anyone, regardless of their race or gender?
Yes, I can't imagine why we would turn anyone away from any of the kind of expert communications that we develop about navigating our system. But the goal and the focus area of the program would be designed and targeted to bring women and minority businesses into the fold to try to increase the opportunity for those, because we don't see the same participation rates from those groups. But yes, of course.
Yeah, but I see that as kind of the outreach side as opposed to the program side. If anybody walks up and wants to take advantage of the training or et cetera, like you said, we won't turn them away, right?
Oh, of course not. No, we would really move to make it as efficient for every business.
The next question is, my reading of the policy is that the city would not ever end up paying more for goods and services as a result of this program. For example, such as because the policy would result in selecting other than the lowest responsible and qualified bidder. That policy in state law of selecting the lowest responsible and qualified bidder will still apply, correct?
Yes, Councilmember Nixon, I think you're talking about a very specific type of procurement, and that is a state law regarding that type of procurement, the lowest price. And Jake, if you want to jump in and talk a little bit about that, there's a spectrum of discretion for the city in awarding contracts. We don't always use the lowest bid, but there is a very specific component of our bidding process that's governed by state law that requires the lowest price.
Lowest responsive and responsible bidder in the context that Councilmember Nixon is asking about.
Yeah.
Great. All right, one last question. Section D2 of the policy says, and I'm just going to read it, contractors shall consider the grant of subcontracts to women and minority bidders on the basis of substantially equal proposals in the light most favorable to women and minority businesses. And to me, that sounds like if there's a tie in who's the lowest responsible bidder, we resolve the tie in favor of a woman or minority-owned business if they're one of the ones in the tie. Is that correct? And have we determined that that kind of preference in a tiebreaker scenario is consistent with I-200?
Well, it's a great question, Councilmember Nixon. My interpretation of that piece of language in the policy is we need to make sure that there's no implicit bias in the decision, not that it's a tiebreaker on a 50-50. That language, as I interpreted as we wrote it, is to make sure that we give training for those businesses evaluating subcontractors that they understand implicit bias exists and that they become aware of it. And the most favorable language is to combat the potential for implicit bias.
Yeah, so I'm sure we'll go over this policy more in the future, but that was one section that I thought deserved some attention in terms of clarification. Just and an evaluation to make sure that it's consistent with not having a preference built in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Jim and Jay and everyone who worked on this and all the community partners who helped draft this resolution. I think it's a great step in the equity work that we're doing, and I'm really proud of that. I'm curious to learn more about I-200 as my current understanding of it, and I, again, want to do more research on it, but it seems to be a pretty big barrier possibly to equity work, right? It seems to be a focus more on equality than equity. So just wanted to mention that that's something that I want us to talk about and consider in the future as far as state advocacy goes, about whether that really aligns with the equity lens that we want to apply to our work and whether that's a possible barrier to the work that we want to do in the future. And also wanted to mention, I understand, legally the terminology that we need to use around women and minority owned business enterprises. And I know we're all on our journeys here of learning about these issues, but I have, heard from some folks in the community that the terminology minority owned businesses and disadvantage owned businesses is not always the best language to use. And so I'm wondering if, other than referencing specific certification through the federal or state government, if we can, just as part of the process during the community outreach, we can just consider the language that we use and really get community feedback on that, and just be really thoughtful and sensitive to that. I think that would be really great to do as well. So with that said, I'd like to move that we adopt Resolution R5491, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Kirkland, establishing an equity and contracting policy directive to increase opportunities between the city and women and minority business enterprises.
Second.
Well, that was a good tie. So I'm just going to do it the way I see it on my screen. It's moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. Discussion. I think I have Councilmember Pascal up next.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Jim. Thanks to everyone that assisted on this. I wanted to offer some thoughts. Especially as we evaluate the procurement process, I wanted to make sure we kind of consider and evaluate a few things just based upon firsthand knowledge and experience working for agencies across the state that already have these policies implemented. So I get to work with Port of Seattle a lot in my private life, not as a council member, in my private life. With Port of Seattle, King County, WashDOT, Whatcom Transit Authority is a client that I work for. So I get to see kind of how these things kind of work and play out in real life. And there's a couple of things that I'd want to kind of bring to your attention, particularly around, and before I say that, I want to say that I also work with a lot of really highly qualified minority and women-owned businesses. I mean, really top-notch folks from across the state that really assist us on projects, and we assist them as well. But there's two things. One is on sections C and D of the policy. One of the things that I'd like us to be thinking about is really how we create greater opportunities for a range of contractors and firms to propose. And that might seem contrary to what we're doing here, but this is because many minority and women-owned businesses regularly partner with larger businesses. These businesses could be national businesses, they could be local businesses. They could be, these firms will subcontract either as a contractor or a subconsultant. Yet these larger firms that are ultimately the primes, they have headquarters elsewhere. They have headquarters in the Midwest, in the East Coast. these larger firms might not share values and goals that we're trying to achieve as a community, and might treat this exercise more as a check the box.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good to really think about our entire procurement process, because if you don't, you miss those types of opportunities, because we want ultimately, especially in these situations where these smaller firms that are owned by women and or minorities really depend upon these larger firms, and you really want these larger firms to see them as very value-added services. Mm-hmm. And I'm just offering that as kind of what I see in the industry. So we really need to look at our entire process. And this kind of comes into play. And just so council members, just so you know, I'll give you an example or kind of what goes on today. Kirkland, we do a lot of really great things, and we have the most positive intention here, but how we select some consultants is a fairly closed process. We basically take a third-party roster that's managed by another entity, and we have staff basically shortlist 3 to 5 firms off of that. It's a very subjective process. You don't know how it works as an outside company. And then that small group competes, even though there might be 150 to 100 different qualified consultants, right? And so it's a process that I just honestly don't see much. And I work for dozens of agencies across the state. And so I'd really like us to think about how we do this, because it affects this very thing that we're talking about today regarding equity. I want it to be more transparent. I want it to be more open. I don't want us to be targeting a subset of firms that we continually work with day in and day out. We want everyone to demonstrate that they not only have the qualifications, but they also intend to meet some of our DBE goals as a community. So that's one thing. The other item is around the Section E in the policy. And this is really around the reporting out and tracking. And so I like the dashboard that you have it at the end of the packet there. But I think it was really good at really seeing how we're doing for minority and women-owned businesses. But again, you need to see the bigger picture too, to make sense and bring all of that into context. Are they getting 5% of the total work that's going out? Who's getting all the work? How are they utilizing smaller firms? So it needs to be a bigger kind of tracking and dashboard that, I see it could be something that could be attached onto our regular procurement report that we get. And that's great. It's great to see who we're giving out contracts to, but it doesn't really track things over time. So I don't know as a council member, have we been giving the same thing to the same firm for several years? I don't know that, but it'd be nice to be able to kind of track things over time to see how we're progressing. Something simple, but yet informative, to hold us as leaders accountable to all of this. And so it's something, I bring this up to my fellow council members and you all, because this is something that I've been talking about for several years now behind the scenes. And it's great that we're having this discussion in the public now, because it's something I feel strongly about. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think we're all speaking to the motion now. And I have Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am speaking to the motion, and that I am in support of the motion, and I thank Jim and Jay and everyone else for this work. As a woman, small business owner, the kinds of barriers that you listed I have faced when I have gone out and done bids for companies, and providing economic opportunity to minority and women-owned businesses is hugely important, not just for our community, but the community as a whole. So I am in support of this motion, and I thank you for this work.
Thank you, Councilman or Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to support some of the comments Councilmember Pascal was talking about on the dashboard. I'd like to see a baseline on that so we know how we're making progress over time and we can put some of these efforts into context. I also support the idea of saying, how do we note this in the procurement report so we're getting data? We get those every single council meeting, and it would be great to see data if we're seeing the results from our efforts beyond the periodic performance updates that the city manager will be providing that's discussed. To the motion, definitely in support of the motion, Jim, Jay, and team, great work in putting this together. It's great to see Kirkland being a leader in one of the only a few public sector entities that is starting this very important work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, thanks, Kevin and Jim, for answering my questions. I wanted to get those things in the record, clarified, because I know they might arise in the minds of some people in our community, and wanted to make sure that they understood how the program is proposed to work. I believe the proposed training, mentoring, and navigation programs will benefit not only businesses owned by women and racial minorities, but others who face challenges in doing business with the city, such as people with disabilities, people with low incomes, people who are not fluent in English, people who are unfamiliar with how business is done in the US, including recent immigrants, and many others. I hope we will be able to expand the outreach to additional disadvantaged groups in the future. I particularly like the idea of unbundling large contracts to enable more small businesses to bid on portions of a contract, even though it will, without a doubt, make some projects more complex to manage. I also like that we'll be examining our requirements, such as the level of insurance required, to ensure those aren't excessive. And also that we'll look at our remittance processes to ensure that contractors are paid as timely as possible and don't have to borrow money while waiting to be paid by the city. And I really like that we'll be having stakeholder meetings, including current and potential vendors, to get their feedback and consider additional ideas they might have. All of these will help many potential bidders in addition to the targeted groups. And so I'll be voting yes.
Thank you. And if I may, I just want to pile on, I guess, the comments of the council, I think, have been very impressive and certainly supportive of what I think is a powerful body of work. I particularly want to thank Councilmember Pascal for sharing his perspective on how this should really clean up our existing processes of shortlisting rosters. I think this is going to be an expansive process. I think it's probably going to be an expensive process for us initially, but well worth doing. And to echo Councilmember Curtis's words, I am just always so proud of the leadership that is demonstrated by this city through its staff and through this council. So with that, the question is on the motion to pass resolution R 5491, establishing an equity in contracting policy directive to increase opportunities between the city and women and minority business enterprises, made by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Okay, this is the time in our meeting when it's time for us to take a 15-minute break. So let's come on back here at, what's 15 plus 27?
9:42.
9:42. See you all then.
In progress.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. We are back from our break and at item C of our business agenda, police training requirements and appropriation due to the state legislation. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So the action before you is actually to approve a fiscal note, which will accept $363,000 grant from the state of Washington to help implement some of the state police reform changes that happened at the state legislature. And it also authorizes a new FTE in the police department, which will allow us to have a second training officer. So here to provide you with the background on this and the training needs of the department is our police chief, Sherry Harris.
Welcome, Sherry.
Does that work?
Yep.
All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. Thank you for allowing me to provide more details about the department's request to create an additional training officer position. I have approximately 17 slides that I will quickly move through in order to give you a high-level overview of the department's current training program, the workload and responsibilities of the current training officer, and how the additional position will allow us to ensure staff are receiving not just policy updates on police reform, but realistic hands-on training. This position will initially be funded through a grant that the city received for $363,782 from the state of Washington to assist with costs related to implement police reform. The two most significant pieces of legislation were House Bill 1310, use of force, and House Bill 1054, police tactics. Many of the concepts in both of these House bills are already in practice within the department, but there are still the need for scenario-based training to ensure officers have the repetitions needed to apply the significant changes in how an officer can conduct a lawful detention, use of force, the new mandatory de-escalation techniques, the duty to intervene, and reporting. This important additional training requires the development of training materials, classroom instruction, physical skills training, and the documentation needed to memorialize it all. So again, want to give you a brief overview of the department's training program. We could easily fill an entire study session with this. So I'm going to try and do this quickly though, and really break it down into there's 5 sections for an officer's training. Pre-academy, the basic law enforcement academy. You might hear us call it LEA, or the Criminal Justice Training Academy. Post-academy training, ongoing reoccurring training that each officer receives, and then training that's required for specialty units. So pre-academy, they've been hired and are waiting for an academy class. The current wait is approximately 4 months. New recruits are assigned when they're hired and they come into the department to the training officer, who ensures they complete the required study material, maintains their physical fitness in order to pass all the pre-academy testing. And historically, there have been upwards of 10 new recruits assigned to the training officer, all awaiting an academy class. I also want to point out that, and I didn't include this on the slide, but how we integrate officers into the department is important in order to build and maintain a culture of treating each other and those we serve with respect, learning how to work as a team, and building relationships in our community. And if you remember back to the last 4th of July parade in Kirkland, 2018, the new recruits all worked that day. They helped set up and tear down the Volunteer Appreciation Barbecue. They also walked in the parade. They were handing out swag, and the real reason of them, the purpose for them being there, was to immerse them in our community from the very beginning. This is actually a picture on the screen of 4 of those recruits that participated back in 2019. So the academy, the Basic Law Enforcement Academy, is 720 hours, which translates to about 4.5 months. While a recruit is in the academy, the training officer is the primary liaison with academy staff. Training is conducted at the academy in both classroom settings and through hands-on scenarios. However, due to the COVID-19 virus, the amount of hands-on training has been limited. And in 2020, much of that training became the responsibility of the department to ensure officers were proficient in subjects like defensive tactics, firearms, and even how to conduct a traffic stop. I'll provide more information later in this presentation, but aside from COVID-19 restrictions, there are also a number of important training requirements that have increased the hours spent on patrol tactics. And they're important. They're de-escalation and mental health training, the historical intersection of race and policing, and implicit and explicit bias training. They've all been incorporated in Basic Academy's curriculum, but the overall number of hours were not increased. So a simple example is that the 8-hour required crisis intervention training class is now part of the Basic Academy curriculum, but the required number of hours didn't increase to 728 hours. So when newly commissioned officers return from the academy, they are assigned again to the training officer to ensure they have all of their mandatory certifications. Some of these certifications that you see on the slide are not taught in the academy. And I said earlier, some of them were reduced due to COVID-19. The training officer is now providing hands-on repetitions and realistic training on how to conduct a traffic stop prior to new officers having contact with the public. We would rather they practice on a peer than on a community member. And once they are driving a marked patrol car, they need to know how to safely and respectfully conduct their basic patrol officer skills like traffic stops. There's also a lot of just familiarization with the department and the city again. Things like Narcan training, equipment issuance, and how do you use that equipment. A lot of just very basic things. The next portion of the formal training received by all new police officers occurs in the field with an assigned state certified police training officer. We call it PTO, other departments might call it FTO. This is an auxiliary duty for patrol officers, and it takes approximately 18 weeks in order to provide enough hands-on experience to the new officer prior to being released to solo patrol. Tried to break it down on this slide, but really I'm not able to include all of the topics involved during this short presentation. And many of these topics, why they appear to be broke out, and we try like non-emergency incident response to only happen in the first 3 weeks. The reality is that police officers are the PTO officers. They're in a patrol car, they're in the field. So there are times that they're exposed to criminal investigations prior to they getting to the 14th. So the next few slides that I'm going to talk about in the next part of this presentation is a high-level overview of ongoing and reoccurring training that occurs for all members of the department. And I'll use a few different examples to share the type of mandatory training that every commissioned officer must receive every year, and also talk about training needed in a few of our specialty positions. A major focus of Kirkland's ongoing training is Crisis Intervention Training Program, or you might hear us call it CIT. It's mandatory for all police officers, including myself. I just talked about how that's now incorporated into the academy, but prior to it being incorporated into the academy, we all had to attend that. In addition to that 8-hour class, there's also a mandate to ensure that 25% of the department has attended the 40-hour basic class by June 30th of 2023. And our goal really is to ensure that there are more than just 26 or 27 officers who have the 40-hour class. But the number of Kirkland officers who have attended the full week training is at an all-time low. And unfortunately, that's due to, first and foremost, COVID-19. The academy canceled all of their 40-hour classes And the other reason is because of retirements and attrition, and officers that had previously had it are no longer here. There are required annual CIT refreshers that every commissioned officer must attend, including myself, and a number of advanced CIT electives as well. And we have those depicted on this screen. So the department's training officer is responsible to document and track our participation, ensure we're meeting the state requirement, and also works hard to keep officers informed as to the availability of these classes. So additional ongoing and reoccurring training includes an emphasis on de-escalation. It's integrated not just in the focused classroom training, but also hands-on scenario-based training that provides repetition and opportunities for decision-making in a safe environment. Both our current training officer, Lorraine Hemian, and our previous training officer, Tiffany Trombley, you may know her now as the neighborhood resource officer. They both have extensive training and experience in crisis intervention, peer support intervention, and hostage negotiations. Their resumes are not identical, but they have both worked as co-responders with the Prop 1 mental health professionals. So their experience in how to apply these important topics in the field is critical to getting a new officer's buy-in on de-escalation techniques in the training environment. And to ensure optimal performance under stress, training curriculum has to be dynamic and include decision-making to ensure officers understand how to apply their legal authority in making an arrest or using force. This is the critical area of focus based on the new legislation. Officers who could have previously used force to detain someone based on reasonable suspicion that they had committed a crime can no longer do this. This is a significant change in police protocol that requires repetitive training. There are also an additional 16 hours of specific de-escalation training that will be required of all commissioned officers in the near future. That's currently under development by the Academy right now, and it's part of the I-940 legislation that was passed in 2019. And I'm really sorry that this slide is so busy. We were really trying to show all of the different types of training that we should be providing every year. Annually, we're required to provide 24 hours of training for every commissioned member of the department. The COVID-19 virus did not change this requirement, and that time is typically almost all classroom style instruction due to required legal updates and certifications that an officer must maintain. Some of the topics are mandated by state law, OSHA, or department policy. Other training is developed due to current events or best practices. This also includes implicit bias training, report writing, AED, CPR certifications. But again, for the most part, in-service training is almost all classroom-based. So the training officer works with subject matter experts to build stressful, live action, relevant scenarios like we just talked about that include de-escalation and decision-making. This is a 10-hour day, but translates to building curriculum and scheduling instructors to provide training on at least 4 different days in order to ensure that all patrol officers, detectives, SROs, the NRO, and other special unit personnel are able to attend. Providing this training also includes practice on the part of the instructors prior to presenting training and takes several months to coordinate and implement. So patrol response skills are smaller training blocks that might include a refresher on handcuffing or practicing trauma first aid or appropriately deploying a taser. And that's a new training that we're been trying to implement into what we're currently doing over the last couple years. Driving is also a big part of a police officer's day, and it's an annual requirement that includes both slow speed and high speed driving skills. Typically, this training occurs at the Evergreen Speedway in Monroe or the Arlington Airport. Once in a while, it's in a big parking lot. I think this year we're going to do some training at the VOTEC. Again, it takes multiple training days to ensure everyone is able to attend. And overall, the goal is to have all of our officers participate in approximately 48 hours of training every year. So then the city as a whole has mandatory curriculums and training officer tracks to ensure all staff have attended. Training is also required for specific employees, such as supervisors, who must obtain state criminal justice training commission certifications depending on their level in the organization. A sergeant must attain first level certification, while I was required to obtain executive level certification. Maintaining instructor certifications so we can actually provide hands-on scenario-based training in topics like defensive tactics, less lethal munitions, the use of tasers, our firearms instructors. Certification is required for each of these different disciplines. And of course, recertification is required, and none of them are the same. So this leads me to the topic of specialty units like detectives, SROs, traffic officers. Most of the training certifications needed to be successful in these important roles are not taught by members of the department, but rather by the advanced training unit at the Criminal Justice Training Commission, or in other words, the Academy. The department training officer is responsible for processing all training requests, ensuring that a supervisor has approved an officer or detective's attendance, registering them for the class, and then maintains all of the individual training records for all department staff as required by state accreditation standards. We've probably talked the most about SRO training, but I wanted to make sure we covered the entire community service unit too. That includes the SROs and the neighborhood resource officer. And now SROs by RCW are required to receive training in 12 specific topics, ranging from student rights to trauma and mental health. This training occurs annually, starting with a basic 40 hours of instruction, is later followed by advanced training and other classes like child interview, youth crisis intervention, and child adolescent development. Just a couple of classes that the neighborhood resource officer or the NRO, you might hear us, we like our acronyms in the police department. So the NRO attends, a few of the classes are the 40-hour crisis intervention training, and also CEPTED, which is crime prevention through environmental design. And those topics are really to help in the work that's handled on a daily basis, dealing with those in mental health crisis, persons experiencing homelessness, but also educating and assisting businesses with crime prevention. And as you can imagine, to be able to handle major felony investigations that occur in the city, we must maintain a level of training and experience in our detectives who are responsible to respond to these calls that range from homicide and serious assaults, complicated cyber crimes, identity theft, organized retail theft, writing search warrants, crime scene processing, just to name a few. And after their initial training, detectives begin to specialize in either property crimes, persons crimes, domestic violence investigations, but they all must have a level of training to ensure we can provide enough experience and expertise for serious crimes. Again, this is a very general, high-level overview of training detectives need to be successful. It really could be an entire presentation on just keeping up with the technology that's currently used by our investigators. So I wanted to highlight quickly, just a moment, the traffic unit is probably an area of expertise that most people don't understand extends beyond just conducting traffic stops and writing tickets. And statistically, this group of officers investigates technically more homicides in the form of fatality collisions than any other group in the department. The basic collision class that they all attend is 40 hours. Every collision investigation class after that builds in increases in length and both mathematical and technical experience. Traffic officers learn how to recognize and collect evidence such as tire marks, vehicle damage, and utilize mathematical formulas for calculating the vehicle speed prior to a collision. Yes, we have software, but we have to be able to back it up with the understanding of how software provides some of that data as well. The technical investigation class that's listed on this slide is actually 120 hours in length, and it utilizes a much higher level of mathematical formulas. But officers still have to have calculators and tapes to conduct that training. We now also utilize a 3-day scanner called the Pharaoh to document crash scenes. This technology allows us to open a roadway much faster. It provides a much more accurate depiction of the crash. And certainly how I learned to investigate a crash with multiple tape measures and graph paper. But again, it requires hands-on training and repetitions to utilize it appropriately on a serious collision. So that was a quick presentation on major training segments that occur in the career of a police officer. And I'm going to stop for questions in just a minute, but I wanted to summarize the staff recommendation in creating a second training officer. It really is to increase hands-on, dynamic training to ensure officers can apply changes in the law, policies, and procedures. We need to ensure that officers are not utilizing force in a situation when they have only got reasonable suspicion that a crime has been committed. And that really was a significant change to the law. Something that I talked about in the staff memo, and I just briefly give you an overview, is we'd also like to implement a nationally recognized program developed by Georgetown University called Active Bystander for Law Enforcement, known as ABLE. This is a train-the-trainer program designed to ensure early intervention and preventing misconduct, promoting officer health and wellness through peer intervention, and also supports the requirements of House Bill 1310 and Senate Bill 5066, the duty to intervene. ABLE involves 8 hours of initial instruction and then 2 hours of annual refresher training. So that was pretty quick.
That was a lot.
That was a lot.
That was a whole lot. Okay, council questions. We'll start with Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Chief Harris, for that very thorough and illuminating presentation. I'm very surprised that we've gotten anywhere close to providing that training for the size of our police force as it is now with just a single training officer. Whoever has been doing it over these years has done an astounding job. So, Madam Mayor, I move we approve the fiscal note accepting $363,782 from the state of Washington into the general fund and creating one additional ongoing FTE to the police department for a second training officer.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Pascal to move the approval of the fiscal note. Discussion. Councilmember Nixon?
I think I've said my piece. Thank you, Madam
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you. I have signed up Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief Harris. That was a really informative presentation. I have to say, not only is that training really important, but some of it seems kind of fun too. Especially the driving at the speedway. I know it's important, but a little bit jealous they get to do that. That sounds really cool. I want to mention too, and just give some kudos to our chief here as well. For those of you who weren't able to attend the Right to Breathe Committee briefing last week, it was kind of a status update on how the cities are doing on racial justice work. They had glowing comments to say about Chief Harris and the work that she's doing in her department. So thank you so much, Chief Harris. I'm so proud of you and the work that you do and the work that your officers do. You're really leading the way in this region to lead with equity and racial justice in policing. And I know that is a very difficult balance to strike. So I want to say that I really, really appreciate that and really appreciate you. And, you know, all of this training is really important. You make a really good case as to, why we need additional training to happen, and especially with the additional, the state laws that came out. This is something, a lot of these, I'm proud that our police department is already doing a lot of these things. I think that says a lot about your leadership and about our police force here. But there's also things that are going to be a culture change, right? And so I appreciate the need for ongoing training and for it to not just be a one-time check the box training, but really especially officers that have, been in uniform for a while, needing to kind of, change their muscle memory or change their, their how they react in these situations, and why that would take ongoing training. So I really appreciate that, and really appreciate the emphasis in wanting to prioritize this training. I think that's really, really important. And I appreciate, the proposal for ABLE training, for example, for the bystander intervention. I think that's great. I do feel like this feels a little bit rushed, because I feel like I'm not convinced that we need a commissioned police officer to be in charge of this training. And so I would really like us to take, another meeting to push pause on this, and to really think about, are there alternatives, right? Are there, I used to do a lot of work with the military, for example. I know there were a lot of trainings that the military does with veterans. It doesn't have to be currently folks in uniform. Does this need to be a currently commissioned police officer position? I'm just not convinced, and particularly given the work we're doing around racial justice right now, and being sensitive to that, striking that balance in the community. I just really think we need to be really thoughtful about that. I think it's a really big decision to add another uniformed police officer to our police force. And so I really encourage us to take the time to be thoughtful, think about if there are other alternatives to this. Like I mentioned, maybe a retired police officer could fill this position. Perhaps there are other alternatives that we haven't really talked through or had an opportunity to have that discussion. So I would like to move that we table this vote until our next meeting, where we can, where staff can come back with other alternatives with being a commissioned police officer as being one of those options, but other potential options for filling this training requirement.
Do we hear a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. I think that takes us to Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to speak to the motion. First, I just had a couple questions for Chief Harris. And I might have missed this in some of the presentation, but are there any general ratios that police departments use for training officers versus commissioned officers? I mean, is there any kind of rule of thumb or any kind of industry averages that you look at when you're making decisions about this, or that other departments do?
So that's a similar question to the comments that Councilmember Falcone made, as could we use a non-commissioned officer? Is that?
No, just no, I'm just wondering, like, typically do you usually have one training officer per 100 commissioned officers, or is it, one training officer per 50 commissioned officers? I mean, I'm just wondering, what are some of the industry kind of averages there in terms of the ratio between a training officer and commissioned officers that you have in the department?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any training of anything that would, any national best practice and how many training officers you have based on the number of commissioned officers you have. It's part of it is about how much hands-on training do you actually want to provide. There are many departments that only provide classroom training. They might have a few scenarios, but many officers in our area just qualify with their firearms, but don't actually have actual training with their firearms that includes de-escalation in firearms training and scenarios where they're not just shooting at targets. But one of the things that I think is important to understand is that many of the topics that I talked about you have to be a commissioned police officer to get the training through CJTC. So probably I'm a little out of order in talking about that, but I did want to address what Councilmember Falcone had also spoke to, is that there's also a credibility piece to a police officer having the experience to say, I went through this situation and this is the techniques I used and what worked best to de-escalate the situation. But there aren't any standards that I know of, and I will make sure to double check, that actually would give us a ratio of how many training officers per officer.
I just was curious. And then in the second question, I seem to recall that we discussed the need for additional training officers even before this new state legislation, that this was a need that we identified several years ago, and we just weren't able to kind of make, prioritize it from becoming reality. Is that true, or am I not remembering discussions in the past correctly?
That is correct, and it was not based on the new police reform legislation. Right. It was based on the number of officers that we were training every year, the new officers.
Right.
And so it does speak to a police officer being able to recognize the difference between reasonable suspicion and probable cause. That the more years on, the more investigations that you've handled, the more you're able to discern the difference between the two.
Yeah. Well, so my thoughts, I'm going to be supporting this motion. I think we can all agree that adequate and ongoing training is just absolutely necessary for our police department. I think how we do it, is going to be open to perhaps different opinions, but we encounter so many difficult situations, officers do every day, and like any other industry, and even unlike any other industry, the way that we respond is really attributable to the training that our officers receive. And with this incredible turnover, not that's happening, that has happened in our department and other departments, that I think will continue, unfortunately, to happen into the future. I think training new officers and transfers and others is just so important, and it's just going to continue to be an incredible need going forward, especially so that we can react in that equitable and humane way that we all expect of our police department. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We all want officers to meet the high standards that this community expects. We want House Bill 1310 and House Bill 1054 to be successful. This training is part of that. This is not taking money away from the community responder program, nor could the grant be used for expanding that program. Appreciate, Chief, your discussion in detail of all the training we're doing for new officers, and then the ongoing training that has to happen around crisis intervention, and de-escalation training for our existing police officers. While we've been doing a lot of this in Kirkland policy, the changes in the legislation are significant. And as I said before, it's this emphasis on live action scenario-based training that's going to lead to success in the field the first time, every time, versus saying, oh, here's a memo on the changes in the legislation. So definitely support this training, and we'll be voting for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My colleagues, Councilmember Pascal and Deputy Mayor Arnold, have pretty much covered what I wanted to say. I do appreciate that on our early public commenters that they recognize that our department is doing a good job of police tactics and training, and that's kudos to you, Chief. I'm really proud of you and our police department. But as already been said, this is just a continuation of police reform. And we all want the best outcomes for any interaction with police, and we want to build the best police department we possibly can. And as Councilmember Pascal said, all of us benefit from advanced training and new strategies and new tactics, including council members. So I do support this motion, and I think it's the right direction to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to try hard not to repeat anything that my previous council members have already said, but Councilmember Pascal and his sort of asking the questions about what the appropriate ratio is between the number of training officers and the number of officers that we have. It didn't, Chief Harris, you didn't include it in your presentation, but it was in the memo. That when we had 62 commissioned officers, I think prior to the annexation, now we have 109 post-annexation. We still have one training officer during both pre-annexation and post-annexation. It feels to me like, in part, I think this probably is part of what Councilmember Pascal was going for, was some of this is an investment in the annexation that we have talked about for many years, but we haven't been able to do before, and now here we are able to do it. My other council member or Deputy Mayor Arnold and Councilmember Curtis, I think, have touched on the importance of implementing this legislation. It's important legislation, and I want to make sure that the Kirkland Police Department is implementing it really well. The concern that Councilmember Pascal raised about transfers, I really think it's important that, to the extent we have officers from other departments coming to Kirkland, that we're doing a really high quality training of those officers on how we treat each other as officers, how we treat the people that we serve in the community in Kirkland specifically. One thing I wanted to ask you, Chief Harris, if it was in your presentation, I missed it. But the training officer that we're talking about, I assume, and maybe incorrectly, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but this would be an officer that would also be helping train officers in how to co-respond with our new mental health professionals. And I suppose indirectly helping train our new mental health professionals in how to co-respond effectively with our officers. Is that true?
It's certainly part of that CIT curriculum. And there are a lot of things that are occurring in the department, like creating online forums that officers can use. It's actually like an app on your phone. Funny enough, it actually requires training, though, of officers. How do you utilize that? What should you put in there? And it's so that they can send off the referral straight to the mental health professionals. But yes, training curriculum for like in-service training, here's the new program, would be developed by the training officer. And she has quite a bit of, the current training officer has quite a bit of ongoing CIT and then co-responding experience. And she's a hostage negotiator. So to some degree, also, she's training her partner. And so, yes.
Okay, great, thank you. So I appreciate the points that were raised by my colleague, Councilman Falcone, too, just about whether it requires a commissioned officer to provide this training. I did discuss that with our city manager, who had discussed it with you, and I think I appreciate why it makes sense for this to be a commissioned officer. So I'm going to be supporting this this motion. I feel like it's an investment in our other investment, which is our investment in our mental health professionals and our co-response. I feel like this is an investment that's going to help that investment be even more valuable to our community. I feel like this is an investment in important legislation at the state level. And I feel like at the end of the day, this is an investment in a better police department. That's important for our community. So I'm going to be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Pardon me. Final comment. There's nothing else I can add that hasn't already been said. I fully support this motion. I think it's the right thing to do, and it's the right time to do it. We've created a culture in our police department that needs to continue to grow. They are, in fact, the guardians of our community, and I want to be fully supportive of making sure that they have the tools necessary to stay that way. So with that, the question is on the motion to approve the fiscal note accepting the $363,792 grant from the state of Washington into the general fund and creating one additional ongoing FTE to the police department for a second training officer. Moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Pascal. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Motion carries 6-1. Thank you. Thank you, Sherry. Great presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, this takes us to item D, the new state plastic bag ban law and repeal of the Kirkland ordinance. I'm wondering, City Manager, if there's any way we could move quickly through these 3 final items.
Yeah, I would say particularly for this current item that's just up, you probably don't need the presentation since state law requires us to repeal ours. So if you prefer, we can just go ahead and go straight to the legislation, although we do have Jenna McGinnis, who's put an excellent presentation describing what's happening for you if you'd like to see it.
Council, your call. And I'm sure Jenna would be happy to send it to us. Do you want to proceed with the presentation? Do you want to?
We can move to action. The memo is quite.
Okay, great. So could I get a motion to approve ordinance 4769 relating to repealing ordinance 4477 and ordinance 4576 regarding the City of Kirkland's regulation on the provision of single-use carry-out bags by retail establishments? Councilmember Nixon? Moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by?
So moved. Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Curtis. Any discussion? Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Some of you may recall that when the Kirkland local plastic bag ban was proposed, I voted against it and have wanted to repeal it ever since. And so I'm happy that we are repealing it today, regardless of the fact that the reason is that it's now redundant and state law requires us to repeal it. I'm just happy we're repealing it. At least our businesses will no longer be at a disadvantage because they are regulated differently from similar businesses in neighboring cities. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Curtis.
Well, Councilmember Nixon, you're not going to be happy with what I say next. In repealing this ordinance, it reminded me that in 2019, we had a conversation about a study session about single-use food serviceware and policies. And that reminded me that I would like, that's part of our S&P plan. So I would like to revive that conversation.
Thank you. Did you, I don't think we need a motion on that, do we? Okay. So any further discussion on this motion? Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I just wanted to say I'm proud that Kirkland had led on this issue, that we came up with a solution that was specific to our community's needs and set the stage for action elsewhere. While I have some concerns with the state standard that allows for plastic bags that may be reusable by definition only, the benefit of taking action statewide to eliminate single-use plastic bags is overall a positive step forward. So this action is a positive step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, the question is on the motion to approve ordinance 4769 relating to repealing ordinance 4477 and ordinance 4576 regarding the City of Kirkland's regulation on the provision of single-use carryout bags by retail establishments. Moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Point of order.
Oops.
It's an ordinance.
It's an ordinance. Sorry. City Clerk, please.
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes, pardon me. Ordinance 4769 is approved. This takes us to item E, the Spinney Homestead retrofit facility. City manager.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. This is another one where you may elect to not have the presentation, but the staff recommendation is that we authorize staff to go to 100% design and then wait until the pros plan is complete before deciding whether to proceed with the Spinney Homestead project. It also would allow us to seek state grants to help fund the project, but we do have a presentation outlining the reason for that recommendation and other options if the council would like to see the presentation.
Council? Go directly to action. Okay. I mean, I think everybody read this. I talked to everybody about it that I talked to. So
then we just need a motion.
We need a motion to select item or option 1. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I make a motion to choose option 1, design only the stormwater retrofit facility with park improvements.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. This takes us to item F, the Michaels Property Community Initiated Amendment Request. City Manager.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. First, just want to say thanks to Kelly Jones and Mr. O'Brien. They did a great job in getting that memo ready, and all the work went into 30% design. So thank you for that work. So our next option probably deserves a presentation. This is a discussion on the Michaels community amendment request. And again, this is a council action as to whether to accept the staff recommendation and planning committee recommendation to defer this to the future. So if the council would like a presentation on this, we have our planning director, Adam Weinstein, and Scott Guder, our senior planner.
I think it can be a fairly brief presentation. I think we're pretty clear in where we're going to go with this. So go ahead, Adam.
It's actually going to be Scott Guder giving a presentation.
Yeah. Okay, I can go ahead and share my slides here. There we go. Okay, so actually, yeah, it should be pretty fast for you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. Of course, I'm here to discuss the Michaels Property Community Initiative Amendment Request. About 9 slides, and I should take about 5 minutes of your time. So community initiative amendment requests are considered in 2 phases. We're in the first phase where Planning Commission makes a recommendation to council whether to proceed with further study or not. Tonight, council will hear that recommendation and make a decision on whether to proceed with phase 2. If the request moves forward to phase 2, the city will focus on the merits of the proposal and evaluate potential options. The city will engage with the community and conduct a public hearing. And Planning Commission will make a recommendation to City Council for your final decision. For this request, the applicant is proposing to amend the JBD4 zone to increase the allowed building height similar to that of the office building to the northwest, identified as the Juanita Bay building. They want to modify the comprehensive plan and zoning regulations to eliminate the residential density limits and revise the city's shoreline master program for the additional height and density. The CIR threshold criteria includes enough staff time and budget. The request either corrects inconsistent plan, the request deserves consideration outside the normal amendment process, and is not within 2 years of review or adoption of a neighborhood plan. It should be noted that the Juanita Neighborhood Plan update is on the planning work program scheduled for late 2021 and through 2022. Shoreline code amendments have a different process. The city only reviews them every 8 years. We recently amended the SMP late last year. For this request, the shoreline jurisdiction only impacts a little over 8,000 square feet of an approximate 55,000 square foot lot. This means that many of the aims of the request can be achieved without amending the SMP. The Planning Commission has the following recommendations. They recommend that the request be allowed to proceed with phase 2 study, but defer the study until the city updates the neighborhood plan next year. The study area should be expanded to include both properties within the JBD zone. This would include one other property to the southwest, which has the Kathakali Indian restaurant on it. Phase 2 study should not include any update to the city's shoreline master program. Note that the applicant can always participate in the city's periodic update of the SMP, tentatively scheduled to start in 2025. The commission recommended that during phase 2 study, access limitations and other site-specific factors should be considered. Staff is asking for council's direction. Should this request proceed to phase 2 study? And if so, should it be deferred when staff starts the neighborhood plan update, be expanded to include all properties within the JBD 4 zone, and will not include any updates to the city's shoreline master program as recommended? If the request does move forward, are there any additional site-specific or neighborhood conditions to highlight for review when considering additional study? And that is my presentation.
Super. Thanks, Scott. Well done. Council. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the citizen amendment request process has been something that we've talked about for a while. Used to be called private amendment requests. And one of the reasons why we've modified the neighborhood plan process to make it more regular and to do neighborhood plans more frequently than we did in the past was really to ensure that we had a more thoughtful process that looked at a broader area and considered a range of different issues as we evaluate different land use changes. And given the fact that we have the Juanita plan, I looked in the work plan and it actually said that we're supposed to begin it this year. So it feels like we're kind of right in line with that, with this request and the Juanita plan. So I really see this one in the same. So might as well be looking at this as part of that Juanita, as part of the Juanita neighborhood plan update. And I'd say this is one request, and I think that we should be looking at things more broader than just this area anyways, for changes. But in terms of site-specific issues, I agree with the Planning Commission. You know, I think those things need to be considered as you evaluate changes here. I mean, it is a constrained area, but I'd be hard pressed to find someone that says that that's the highest and best use of that property. So I look forward to this as we move forward. So I don't know, I guess, I don't know if I need to make a motion, but I'll make a motion to approve the Planning Commission recommendation, I guess.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to accept the Planning Commission recommendation that the community amendment request not proceed to phase 2 analysis at this time, and that it be deterred from further consideration until the completion of the upcoming Juanita neighborhood plan update. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, when I first read this, I strongly supported the idea, the redevelopment of the property, including both the added density and height. But we could definitely have more housing units in this highly walkable Juanita Village area with frequent transit. It should be leveraged that way. My feeling is it would be great if we could entice a grocery store into this area. Many people were disappointed that we didn't get a grocery store in Juanita Village. But maybe the first floor of this new building could be a grocery store with a focus on serving people within the walk shed. I would note that the current Michael's store is over 18,000 square feet, and a typical neighborhood grocery store is 10 to 15,000 square feet. So it's doable on the current footprint. Bellevue and other cities around us have grocery stores with apartments above. So I think that should be considered and at least allowed for. But the time will come for those ideas. I completely understand the workload issues that our planning and building staff are dealing with, and the proximity to the neighborhood plan update anyway. So as much as I would like to see the proposal move forward now, I will vote yes on deferring further work and doing it in conjunction with the neighborhood plan update.
Thank you, Councilmember. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an example of our neighborhood planning process working, where now that we're in a schedule of regular updates, we can deal with some of the bigger discussion, some of the ideas that Councilmember Nixon talked about as part of a process where we're already engaging with the neighborhood. So I definitely support the Planning Commission's recommendation. For staff, I would note that when I was on the Planning Commission during the Great Recession, there was an architect firm that did a pro bono master plan for this kind of area that might have some interesting ideas to resurrect as we have this community conversation. It talked about how to link Juanita Bay and Juanita Beach Park and other things. So it might be good food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the motion. Oops, it's really time for glasses. To approve the Planning Commission recommendation that Michael's amendment request, or the Michael's community amendment request, not proceed to phase 2 analysis at this time, and that it be deferred from further consideration until the completion of the upcoming Juanita neighborhood plan. Moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. This takes us to item 10, reports. We'll begin with City Council reports, and I'm going to start with who I see first, which is Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Like all of you, we've done a lot of stuff. We're always constantly in meetings, I feel like, but I'll just provide a few highlights that I thought was pretty interesting. I mentioned earlier the Right to Breathe Committee's meeting. It was really a proud moment for Kirkland. We have a lot of work to do. I just want to preface it by saying that the Right to Breathe Committee was not saying that we've done everything perfectly, but it was really, they really had a lot of good things to say, like I mentioned about Chief Harris and working with City Manager's Office and on racial equity work. And they said we were really close to getting green. So I think that's something to be proud of all the cities. We were the closest, and not that it's a competition, but I think it's really important that we continue to push and continue to do this work. And I thought one thing I thought was really interesting in that meeting that also came up in some of the Welcoming Week events was really an emphasis on relationships, right? Like we talk so much about policy work and making these changes and wanting to take action, which is really important. But I thought it was also really interesting how much emphasis there was in these events in continuing to build relationships with folks in the community. That's something that I really took to heart from the Welcoming Week meetings and also the Right to Breathe Committee meeting that I just wanted to share with you, because it's something that I want to personally work on even more. And I think that's something that some may do better than others, and I know is an area that I'd like to work on. Also had a meeting last week of the SCA Equity and Inclusion Cabinet, continue to work on ideas and recommendations for how we can improve and do better in the work that SCA does. I felt that I'm sure Mayor Sweet will talk more about the 9/11 commemoration ceremony. It was very somber, very moving. I wanted to just extend a thank you to all the children in the community who wrote letters and notes and drew pictures to thank our first responders. I know that my daughter Sophia really appreciated having that opportunity to be able to thank our first responders, and I'm just so appreciative. It was pretty easy to get a lot of those coming in on such short notice. So thank you so much to all the children and families in the community. Mentioned the Welcoming Week events. There were some great events I attended, the Equitable Economic Development, the City Hall for All, were really fantastic events that we had. The Eastside Human Services Forum, we just wrapped up our federal legislative advocacy meetings. So we had some really great meetings advocating for, a lot of the focus was on affordable housing and continuing to push for both low and middle income affordable housing in our region. And lastly, I think we all received an email earlier today from Susan Bossler and Judy Beto and about an anti-idling campaign that they would like to work on. They've been collaborating with city staff in the city of Kirkland. You know, what I really like about this is that the work that they're doing ties to specific sustainability master plan goals. I think that's really important. But even more important to that, I think it helps continue relationships with folks in the community as we work to achieve our sustainability master plan goals. I'm really proud of the collaborative effort that producing the SMP was with community members, stakeholders, and the city of Kirkland. And I think it's really important that we continue to nurture those relationships, because to achieve these goals, we're going to have to partner, right? We can't do this alone. This is really important work with our businesses, with volunteers and other stakeholders in the community. And I think that's just part of the beauty of the SMP too, right? That we can work on all of this together. And also, you know, these are volunteers. They're willing to give their time and their effort free to the city to do this work, which will save on staff time and stretch our dollars. So I was really pleased to see that they're working on this and that we have folks in the community. So thank you to Susan and Judy and others who may be working on this, just for being proactive and supporting the sustainability work in the city. So I would like to move that we ask staff to bring back to council at a future meeting different options for addressing anti-idling, to include the anti-idling campaign funding that was requested by Susan Bossler and Judy Beto, but also to explore other ideas that will help in our anti-idling efforts and achieve our anti-idling goals in the SMP. You know, that could include things such as anti-idling laws and expanding the signage that was proposed in the email that we received today. There may be more that we could do. And I know that my understanding is that staff is planning to begin to tackle internal anti-idling campaign work. In our SMP, there's a specific goal around, as a city, that we work on anti-idling work. And, you know, I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the community volunteers who are ready to do this work now, as far as externally. So that was a very long motion. Someone second that.
I'll second it, and I'm really going to be excited to see Kathy's write-up of that motion. That was awesome.
Can I get a clarification? Is the request to do a legislative request memo on anti-idling options? Would that be a shorter way to say the motion?
Yes, yes.
I
And
like that.
to include this as one of the options, the email that we received from Susan Bossler, as one of a list of potential options that we could explore, as well as what the cost would be. Thank you.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. Any further discussion? I just want to say that, you know, there are a ton of things that we can do to move along on our on the sustainability master plan. And since this one is already on its way, then I'm good with it. The idea of flyers in an environmental campaign, it doesn't add up to me. So I wonder if there are better ways to consider doing this. But I think it would be nice for us to take a look at a list of small tag items that we can do in the short term to, because we've talked about styrofoam in the past. As Kelly mentioned, we talked about single-use, food products. There are lots of things that we could be doing little bits of work on, and we could have the community be working on, along with the sustainability master group, or the sustainability, what are they, the ambassadors. So anyway, question is.
Amendment? Oh, did you make an amendment, Mayor?
No, that wasn't an amendment.
Okay, sounded like one. But
No, I'm going to support this. I just, I think there are so many elements to this work. So, question is on the motion made by Council Member Falcone, seconded by Council Member Black, to come back with the legislative, what is it called again?
Request memo.
Request memo with regard to next steps on idling. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, carries 6-1. Thank you. And that takes me to Councilmember Curtis. I think you're done, Councilmember Falcone? Okay, Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I will say that I had the same thought about the flyers. I thought we're anti-idling and creating garbage. I'm not sure. So, but thank you, Councilmember Falcone, for making that motion. What I like about it is it shows that the community is bought into the SMP, and that's what we wanted, that they're continuing this work on. I just want to do a quick thank you to staff who prepared for presentations tonight and didn't get a chance to give them. We've all been there. That's not fun, but we appreciate your work. Thank you, Mayor and staff, for organizing the 9/11 service. It was very moving and very, very well done. I also participated in the welcoming weeks, and referring to Councilmember Falcone's comment about relationship building. I think we all recognize it, and it's been so difficult to do during this time. But Councilmember Black and I did get to go to the Juanita Neighborhood Association picnic, where we relationship built with neighbors, and that was really fun. I want to give a quick shout out to Parks and Community Services staff for the Sea Spot swim event at Peter Cook Pool. If you didn't go, you really missed out. It was wonderful. It was fun. It was well organized. Staff did an amazing job of preparing and managing for the chaos. No dogs escaped. No people or dogs got hurt. No dog potty in the pool. It was really, really fun and really well done. And I know the community is anxious for it to happen again next year.
Great to hear. Councilmember Pascal.
Well, there were a lot of events over the last couple of weeks, and some looks like more upcoming, but I think a lot of you have covered them. Two things. One, with the Regional Transit Committee, really continue to talk about adoption of the policy documents. We had our meeting, a joint meeting with the King County Council. So that's, I always like to take those opportunities to speak up in those meetings, because it's not often you get to the full council. And what I talked about was the priorities for transit service are really shifting appropriately to transit dependent communities from an equity outlook. But what I spoke about was we can't just forget about all those choice riders, those that might not be transit dependent, but might use transit to commute to work or places of employment. And that's really important for some of our suburban cities, right? To achieve our growth goals, to achieve our economic development goals, to achieve our sustainability goals. And so I spoke about that still has to be a consideration somehow, recognizing that it might not rise to the top any longer. The second piece is that the other committee that I'm on is the Active Transportation Safety Council for Washington State. I'll be presenting at next week's Bike Walk Roll Summit put on by Washington Bikes and the Cascade Bicycle Club. It's a week-long series of interesting webinars. I still have to figure out what I'm going to say, but it's going to be about the work we've been doing on speed limits and lowering vehicle speeds and legislation at the state level on that. That's it.
Super. Can you let us know how to tune into that?
Yeah, certainly.
That would be super. Councilmember Nixon.
Nothing to add, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One thing moving forward, on October 5th, the King County Cities Climate Collaboration will have an elected officials work session. This is a closed session that, given the agenda, we could probably only send 3 representatives. It happens on our council meeting night at, I believe, 3 o'clock. We wanted to see who was interested, and if we have more than 3 people interested, make a decision on who will be representing Kirkland. I'm interested and would like to go. Others?
I thought I registered, but
okay.
But if anybody is more interested, I am willing not to go. I'll go.
Okay, so it sounds like we have myself, Councilmember Curtis, and the mayor attending. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm glad no dogs were injured during the sea spot splash. That's good, really good news. Mine will be fairly quick. I sent the council 2 emails today. One was a summary of Eastside Transportation Partnership meeting. The other was a summary of the Raya 8 Salmon Recovery Council. I'll take those as read, and if anyone has any questions about those meetings, let me know. But there were 3 action items in there, and I just want to call them to attention, not necessarily action items for council, but action items for the city. One is the Eastside Transportation Partnership Agreement, which is really the organization's operating agreement is being renewed and extended. And I think, city manager, the city is currently looking at whether that requires council action approval. But ultimately, it'll be approved and signed by the city of Kirkland as a member of the partnership.
That's correct.
One way or the other. Okay. And everyone has a draft of that. Certainly, if you have any questions about it, let me know. The other 2 action items, it's legislative agenda season for these regional organizations. So the Raya 8 Salmon Recovery Council reviewed and approved a 2022 legislative agenda. My understanding from staff members is that's being circulated to the council's legislative work group for at least review and consideration. And then the Eastside Transportation Partnership has a 2022 legislative agenda as well, which was included in the material I sent everyone. I guess I have a question for maybe the legislative work group, whether they're going to want to review and consider that as well. I don't know if that's part of the standard procedure with respect to the a regional partnership like Eastside Transportation Partnership. But I wanted to call that at least to everyone's attention, and those who are on the legislative work group can certainly make a determination with staff how they're going to follow up on that. If anyone has anything to say about that, let me know.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor.
Typically, these are sort of things that the council acts on to add to our support agenda. Since the work group is already 3 members, and then you would also be talking about this issue on ETP or Raya, it probably is better that the full council deals with it after the fact on whether we want to deal with things on our support agenda.
Yep, absolutely. I take my lead from the veterans on the council and the legislative work group.
Okay, is that all, Councilmember Black?
That is it. Thank you.
Okay, I have almost nothing else to add. I want to thank City Manager's Office, and in particular David Wolbrecht and Chris Hendrickson for all of the incredible work they did in supporting our 9/11 acknowledgement. I thought it was beautiful. I thought Chief Harris and Chief Sanford knocked it out of the park in terms of their remarks. And I appreciate all of you for being there that day. We have had both MSWAC and SWAC meetings. and I will be sending minutes out from the MISWAC meeting. It will also incorporate some discussion about legislative items that we are looking at. I think that this year will be as we've already had some discussion about support agenda items. There are some recycling bills and such that are going to be coming out that I think we may want to look at, and I'm sure we'll have David look at them in the review, but that we'll have a good chance of potentially getting through this year. And then I also attended City Hall for All. And after City Hall for All, or after the morning session, I was actually, Kurt asked me to talk with a group. And Kurt, I'm just going to look at you for this. Does the council know about the boot camp that we did on last week?
Probably not. Probably not. No.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask for maybe somebody to craft, even Chris, maybe just to craft a little memo about what we put together and why, with a boot camp by fire facilities around. I mean, our firefighters were there volunteering their time to work with a group of folks who made it through the written tests to be firefighters, but just didn't quite have the skills to do the physical. And what this was a boot camp to sort of bring them up to speed, to get through the tests, because there's more to lift and carry and all of the things that they do than just muscle. It's learning how to do it. And we put on that camp, and apparently it was extremely well attended. And Chris wrote an amazing speech for me to give, which I think came out of her heart. But it was just, I think it's something that you guys need to be aware of. And with that, I'm turning it over to the city manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So just a reminder, we have a closed session to finish, so I'll be quick. There is one item. I did email you all a draft letter for review, and I'm going to highlight it's a one-page letter that we would request that the council authorize the mayor to sign to send to the Google, and I'll just read the most important section here, the paragraph. And what it says is, we are requesting that Google share any, sorry, I got to get my glasses on, getting old. We're requesting that Google share any initial concepts for its proposed development, and this would be at the potential Lee Johnson site. It would be extremely helpful to our analysis to get an understanding of potential building locations, configurations, heights, open space, pedestrian, and vehicle access points and amenities. Sharing this information will help the city ascertain consistency with the vision established by the community in the plan, help the community understand what is being contemplated, and ensure the potential new campus be an integral and supportive part of the preferred plan direction. So the rest of it is, it just sort of describes the process, but the purpose of this letter, members of the council, would be, we sort of want to attenuate some of the concern that the community is feeling over, is there some conversation going on between Google and the city of Kirkland, and do we have information that they don't have? And so we have a legislative process for the stationary plan, which does allow us to have a free exchange of these ideas, and we think it'd be appropriate for us to formally ask Google to share their initial concepts with us and with the public. And so what we do know is that it's likely to be less impactful than the options we're currently evaluating under June Alternative B. And so we think it'd be really helpful for us in the community to get a chance to see what they're thinking might happen there. So Google is aware of this potential letter, and they are accepting of it being sent, and they do want to engage in a dialogue with us about what may happen there. So happy to answer any more questions about the letter itself, but we're hoping that you'll authorize us to have the mayor sign this letter and send it to Google.
Great. Questions? Head nods?
So moved.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by?
Second.
Councilmember Falcone. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. Calendar updates?
Just calendar updates, and then we can go to the closed session. Any?
None here.
Okay. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. In which case, we will now go to closed session for the finish of our collective bargaining discussion. Thank you very much.
And Mayor, what time do you expect to return?
Oh, City Manager, 20 minutes?
20 minutes, I'd say 20 minutes.
Okay.